Okay, welcome everybody. If everybody can find their seats, we will start our meeting on time. Well, I want to welcome everybody to this Tuesday, March 28th meeting of your regular City Council. And we appreciate everybody here. We've got a lot of recognitions today, and that's always a special part of what City Council does. So we appreciate you being here, and we appreciate everything you've done, and we'll look forward to those special recognitions. People that are going to watch this, and we're actually televised in our chambers here. You can watch this on Colorado Springs Gov, Springs TV, Facebook Live, Colorado Springs City Council Facebook Live, Facebook at COS City Council, Springs TV, and Comcast Channel 18 and Stratus IQ Channel 76. Folks that want to comment, and I've already got, folks that have signed up with Sam Friedman, before the meeting, they can email general comments for items that are not on today's agenda, or comments that are on the agenda to allcouncil@coloradosprings.gov. During our meeting today, those that wish to comment should submit their name, telephone number, the topic or agenda item for comment via allcouncil@coloradosprings.gov. In addition to calling, and you don't need to write this down, but it's 1-720-617-3426, and entering the conference ID number, which is 336-497-008#. We have this year decided to put some estimated times for all the agenda items, but they are only for planning purposes, and they don't constitute notice of a specific time or that item. They may take a little more or less time depending on questions and comments by City Council members, and City Council member can amend that order. With that, I will call this regular meeting officially to order and ask our City Clerk, Ms. Johnson, to do the roll call.
Councilmember Avila.
She's excused.
Councilmember Donaldson.
Here.
Councilmember Fortune.
Here.
Councilmember Helms.
Here.
Councilmember Hingham.
Present.
Councilmember Murray.
Here.
Councilmember O'Malley.
Here.
Councilmember Strand.
Here.
Councilmember Williams.
Here.
8 present, 1 excused.
Great. And welcome, Stephanie. We're glad to have you with us. That takes us to
Thank you, sir.
Yep. That takes us to item 2 in the agenda for today, and that's our invocation, and then we will follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance. We are honored today to have Pastor Daniel Smith from Ascension Lutheran Church and the Colorado Springs Faith Table. And Daniel, please have at it. Please rise and remove any head covers if you've got them on.
We pray to the one who is love. Oh God, fill each person here with your love. The world tempts us to seek power, prestige, and profit. These siren calls are strong. So in this time and in this place, we ask you to fill us with your love. Fill us with your love that we might hear one another and be heard. Fill us with your love that we might hear those who are not here today. Those whose poverty keeps them from these halls of influence. Those whose isolation and loneliness keep them from engaging in society. Those whose youth and those whose time-worn years keep them from feeling like their voices matter. Those for whom this cold morning is more than a nuisance, and those for whom a worrisome diagnosis or crushing grief or apathetic disillusionment or hectic schedule lead them to believe that this realm of democracy is not theirs. These are our neighbors. These you have given over to our care. These you have called us to love. So let us hear them. Fill us with your love. We pray in the name of the one who is love. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate that very much. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. All right, we have, under item 3, got some changes in the agenda, and I'm looking over at our city clerk. Are we going to go to the postponement under 3A at this time?
Yes, you certainly can.
Okay, so changes or postponements. We have got in item 3A, would you read that into the record, Sarah?
A request for a postponement of items 12A and 12B regarding an appeal of the Planning Commission decision to recommend approval of a zone change and concept plan at 2424 Garden of the Gods to a date certain for good cause shown to and found by the City Council.
Okay, and I think I think this is overcome by events, and I don't know if, is Daniel Sexton in the room here? Mike, are you going to come up? Representing the Planning Department? Please introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President, members of council. Mike Tassi, the Assistant Director for Planning. And on this item, as you're aware, there is a request to withdraw all applications.
Yeah, we had at a work session yesterday a request to withdraw the issues that had gone before the Planning Commission, both for a zoning change and a development plan. And we've talked to our attorney about that, and that request from withdrawal will be honored. Any comment or anything on 3A? Bill, did you want to say something?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I'd like the council to modify. This should be a request for final withdrawal of items 12A and 12B, and I request these two words be inserted into the particular issue and request.
Okay, I mean, are you making a motion?
It is a motion, yes.
Is there a,
It needs to be a motion, I just want to insert it. But again, the words final withdrawal in the request.
okay, and that was the letter that we received yesterday.
That is correct, because it doesn't mention in here about withdrawal, it says postponement again.
Yeah, this one is just the postponement.
So final withdrawal, I think, is a better terms to be used because the applicant has asked for that.
All right, do we have yeah, Mr. Donaldson?
Yeah, Mr. President, my understanding from our attorney yesterday is that it's not a request for a withdrawal, it's simply a withdrawal. The application is withdrawn. We don't need to take any further action. It's been withdrawn. We really can't take any further action. The application has been withdrawn. I would ask to have that clarified if I misunderstood it.
Yeah, and we'll look at our legislative attorney from the city's attorney's office, and would you comment on this?
Sure. Ben Bollinger, City Attorney's Office. Mr. Donaldson's correct. Upon request for withdrawal, the application is withdrawn. What council typically does is takes a motion to accept the withdrawal. For the record-keeping purposes, it keeps the software with a vote, and it removes the item from your agenda.
Okay, so Mr. Murray, would you want to withdraw your motion?
Very specifically into this particular request. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second to Mr. Murray's motion? Mr. Murray, you tried, no second to your motion.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mike, I think we've got this request for postponement, which we do not have to make a decision on since the withdrawal will take precedence. So 3A will just be, yep, Ms. Hensham.
Well, I'm asking for clarification on that. I thought I heard our attorney say we had to vote on it for the
So what we
housekeeping.
would be looking for the record would be a motion to withdraw items 12A and 12B, or to accept withdrawal of items 12A and 12B.
Okay. Do I have a motion to withdraw items 12A and 12B based on the fact that we had a request to withdraw this entire action?
So moved.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
All right. And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Helms. Mr. Murray, did you have something else you wanted to say?
Okay, now, it says postponement. It doesn't say withdrawal. How do we reconcile this particular request?
Not 3, it's 12A and 12B.
Yeah, items 12A and 12B in today's agenda. And Mr. Bollinger, did you want to comment on that?
Well, so I think the history of this is that the applicant requested a postponement originally.
Yeah, I think the 21st of the month, we got a letter from the applicant to postpone. And then yesterday, the 27th, we got another letter from the applicant asking for withdrawal.
That's right. So the motion that was put in for item 3A would have been written before the request for withdrawal. So as I understand it, you're not making a motion to postpone because there's nothing to postpone. So it's not the recommended motion, it's a different motion. It's a motion to accept withdrawal.
Yes.
For items 12.
Thank you. So I ask for my,
For items 12A and 12B, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Murray?
again, I will ask for the final withdrawal as being the actual request for 3A as a terminology. So it should say withdrawal, it shouldn't say postponement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. So we've got a motion by Ms. Hendrum and a second by Mr. Helms to withdraw items 12A and 12B from today's agenda. Let's vote on the motion. Any further discussion on the motion as seconded?
Well, Mr. President, it's not in the motion. The withdrawal terminology is not in the motion.
I understand, Mr. Murray.
It says postponement.
I
So
understand.
if we're going to vote on withdrawal, the motion should clearly say withdrawal and not postponement. Okay, so if that is what you want to do, that's what we want to do, that's what it should say. Clear and simple. Thank you.
Did you want to make a comment on that, Ms. Johnson?
I was just going to say, the motion is to withdraw 12A, 12B. It should be showing on your tablets.
Not 3.
Okay. All right, let's vote on the motion to withdraw 12A and 12B that's showing on our tablet.
Mr. President, if I could, I want to point out there have been a lot of residents who felt like this was a strategic move, and that council, based on the advice of our attorney, doesn't have an option, that it's been withdrawn. This is simply a clerical completion of our record, because it could be confusing for citizens who see this to feel like we are participating in something we're really not. And that's why I would prefer just not to vote on it at all. Just if they withdrew the application, they withdrew it, and that's the end of the story. One more time, if we could, from the attorney, that this is a clerical, just to close out the paperwork move, which, again, I don't really understand why we need to do it, but if you would just...
Ben Bollinger, City Attorney's Office, that's correct. This is a clerical move. It corrects your agenda, basically. It removes the item from your agenda because it was agendized prior to the withdrawal. So it is about paperwork. It's about removing this from your agenda. It's not a decision on the application. The application's gone.
Okay. And anything further you had, Mr. Donaldson?
No, that's all.
It's a very unusual situation, very fluid. It involves this project up on 2424 Garden of the Gods on 30th Street. We've been dealing with this for probably 2 years, and we did have a motion to delay, and that has been superseded by a motion to withdraw. And that's why we're kind of going through this kabuki dance, just to straighten up the record. So with that, we have got a motion to withdraw 12A and 12B from today's. Please vote on the motion as seconded.
And the motion passes on a 6-2 with one absent vote, with Councilmember Donaldson and Murray voting no.
Okay. We appreciate that. We appreciate everybody's involvement with this, and I'm sure we've not heard the end of this. So, Bill and I have, as we're coming down our term limits here in about 30 days or less. So with that, it takes us to our consent calendar. There are currently, I think, 13 items, both on the second presentation and first presentation of the consent calendar. It is my understanding that a citizen wants to withdraw 4BF and 4BG. Is that correct, Ms. Johnson?
That is correct. We have had a citizen request from Mr. Hoyles to pull those two items off consent.
Do we have any council requests for pulling anything off the consent calendar as presented? Looking right, looking left. Any citizen that wants to pull any other items off the consent calendar as presented? Not hearing that, I've got a motion from Councilwoman Henjum to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 4BF and 4BG, which I think deals with Upper Cottonwood, both of those. And a second from Mr. Murray? Correct, Mr. Murray? Any discussion on the consent calendar with the exception of the two items that have been pulled off? Hearing none, let's vote on the consent calendar as moved and seconded.
And you can do a voice vote.
Yeah, all in favor of the consent calendar, motion is seconded, say aye.
Aye. Can I ask a question? I think
Anybody can ask a question. Yes, Mr. Williams?
at least as the agenda I'm looking at, I've got 4BF as the Security Water District Agreement. Is there a revised
I
one?
did a final revised agenda, so if you don't have an agenda that says final revised,
Okay, thank you.
it's not the correct agenda. The CSU water items were, at a council member's request, put in utilities business, so I redid the agenda, republished, resent it out. I can get you a copy.
Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Williams, I'm sorry, there just was an update.
Yeah.
So 4BF and 4BG deal with resolutions that deal with the issuance of Upper Cottonwood Creek Metropolitan Districts 3 and 4. Okay. All right. So we'll take another, we've got a motion and a second. All in favor of approving the consent calendar as amended, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. That is wonderful. Okay, the part we look forward to are the recognitions that we've got under item 5. And would you please, Ms. Johnson, read 5A into the record?
A resolution recognizing April 3rd to April 9th as National Public Health Week.
Okay, and our member to the County Public Health Board, Dave Donaldson, is going to be the lead on this. So, Councilmember Donaldson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. And could the representatives from Public Health just step on up to the board, to the podium? And thank you for doing that.
Thanks for being here.
And it looks like Susan is she here today or? Okay, well, thank you. And so as the representative from City Council or the liaison from Council to the our El Paso County Board of Health, Public Health, I have the privilege of reading this resolution. I did not write the resolution. It has some fancier words in it than I might have used, but it's my honor to read this resolution. And so, a resolution recognizing April 3rd to April 9th as National Public Health Week, whereas the week of April 3rd through the 9th, 2023 is a Public Health Week, is National Public Health Week, and whereas the theme for National Public Health Week 2023 is Centering and Celebrating Cultures in Health, which focuses on the ways community and culture shape our health, from the communities in which we are born to the ones we build together. And whereas where residents live, work, learn, play, and worship impacts community and individual health, and whereas the mission of El Paso County Public Health is to promote and protect public health and environmental quality across El Paso County through people, prevention, and partnerships, and whereas the vision of the El Paso County Public Health is for all El Paso County residents to live in thriving communities where every person has the opportunity to achieve optimal health. And whereas health is an individual and community responsibility that includes a wide range of factors that impact both physical and mental health, including healthy eating, physical activity, access to care, stress management, mental health, and substance use. And whereas public health agencies have a responsibility to assess data and provide objective information and resources to support individuals in making the most informed choices for their unique health needs. And whereas El Paso County Public Health continues to meet the needs of the community by forging innovative cross-sector partnerships and strategies to support individuals and community health and improve health outcomes. And whereas El Paso County Public Health works to reduce barriers and increase easy access to resources, developing innovative service delivery models to meet people where they are now. That's all the whereases. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Colorado Springs, Section 1, April 3rd to April 9th is recognized as National Public Health Week, and it is more important than ever to celebrate public health, support and advance the mission of public health, and continue to acknowledge and appreciate El Paso County Public Health staff for their work and dedication to keep our communities healthy. Dated at Colorado Springs, Colorado, this 28th of March, 2023. Tom Strand, Council President.
Wow. Yeah, we'll give you an applause for that. Councilman Donaldson, it looks like Councilwoman Fortune would like to make some comments before we ask our guests to talk. Stephanie, what would you like to add?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I worked for the Colorado State Department of Public Health and Environment, and that's when I learned just how critical local public health is, that they truly are the backbone to public health. Not everybody always understands what they do. I think they learned a little bit more during COVID, but they have such big hearts, and they deeply care about people, and they work really, really hard. And one of the experiences I had with them was during COVID when the CEO of the Cheyenne Mountain Zoo called me, totally dejected, and said, Stephanie, we've got to get the zoo open because it's what's going to help people. It's outdoors, it's therapeutic, the animals matter to people, and we just have to get them open. And public health, Susan Whelan, worked really hard with the commissioners and with city council, the mayor's office, and everyone. And we got the zoo open to record attendance, but more importantly, to impact to meet people's mental health. And I just think the world of these workers. I think they go into it for all the right reasons. And I just really want to say thank you to all of you. And I know the healthcare workers got a lot of attention, and you deserve a lot of attention as well. So thank you so much for everything you all do.
Thanks, Councilwoman Fortune, for that those inspiring words. Councilwoman Henjum.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Fortune, for those words. And I'd like to just build on those a little bit and say, actually, public health was established in, I believe, it was around late 1800s as a profession, as a science. And so it's been around for a long time. And the last few years have really brought it into public attention in some really incredible and wonderful ways, and also in some very difficult ways. It's as a world, we've had to balance those challenges of freedom and responsibility. And I think you all have sometimes been caught in the crossfire. So just really appreciate your dedication to all the areas of public health, which are many. I was actually interviewed yesterday by someone getting their bachelor's in nursing, and they wanted to interview an elected official, happened to be their representative, about my thoughts on public health. So that was really an honor, and thank you very much for what you do.
Thank Ms. Henjum. Before we have our guests speak, can I get a motion to approve the resolution recognizing April 3rd to the 9th as the National Public Health Week? And it looks like, Mr. Helms, you've made a motion to approve that, correct?
Nancy and myself.
Oh, okay. So Ms. Henjum's made the motion to approve this resolution with a second from Mr. Helms. Okay.
Mr.
Before we
President.
vote on that,
Mr. President.
Dave, who do we have here?
Well, I'll let them speak in a sec, but if I could, I just want to add one thing about public health is really they do, and public health throughout the United States does their core job so well, it's kind of taken for granted. And those are things, when I went to Iraq, 3 times, I was always the medical officer for these different units. And clean water, facilities for restrooms, essentially, and food, we take those for granted in the United States, but we are assured of them because of the work of public health. And they inspect our restaurants. They have a program to do that. Our water is inspected. and our sanitation system. And there was a presentation at our last Board of Health meeting about an outbreak of Shigella in Colorado Springs, and it was addressed by public health. And that's a disease really that has to do with inadequate use, in this case, of restrooms. So the attention goes to more things that can become controversial, but that core job of public health is done so well. It's really we just take it for granted. We don't even think about it. In other parts of the world, that is not the case, and they have constant struggles with quality of their water, clean drinking water, clean food, and essentially restroom or toilet facilities. And I am thankful, and we are blessed in this country to have people that focus on that and give us the ability to not even think about it in the United States. So with that.
Thanks, Councilman Donaldson. And who's our guest here today? Please introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Deanne Ryberg, and I serve as the Deputy Director for El Paso County Public Health. I'm here this morning on behalf of Director Whelan, who's unable to join us this morning, but does extend her deep appreciation and gratitude for this proclamation recognizing National Public Health Week and the wonderful work done by our public health team. I'd like to thank all of the leadership here today and for the collaboration in supporting public health in our communities that we serve, and for those kind and inspiring words to our team who does this work. I'd like to thank in particular Councilman Donaldson, who serves as City Council's representative to our Board of Health, as well as Councilmember Yolanda Avila and Councilman Strand, who have also served on our Board of Health. With me today, I'd like to recognize some of our team members who are here with us today. We have Roy Kroger, who is our Environmental Health Services Division Director. So as we talk about the work done in public health to ensure safety of food, water, environmental quality in our community, Roy leads the team that oversees that work. We also have Janelle McNair, who serves as our Emergency Preparedness and Response Program Manager, certainly a very busy individual over the last few years. We also have Melissa Gordon. Melissa oversees a team that oversees our Women, Infants, and Children Supplemental Nutrition Program, bringing supplemental nutrition to many families in our community. And then we also have with us members of our communications team, our Public Health Information Officer, Michelle Byerly, as well as our Deputy Public Health Information Officer, Pam Preston. And our mission at El Paso County Public Health is to promote public health throughout and environmental quality across El Paso County through people, prevention, and partnerships. And if I may, I'd like to just take a moment to speak to those 3 Ps. In terms of people, I am very honored to have these colleagues with me here this morning representing our team. But behind us are the nearly 200 employees of El Paso County Public Health who work diligently and inspire me every day with their dedication to improve the conditions of health in our communities that we serve. Prevention. Our team works across a variety of areas. I know several of those examples were offered this morning, but across nutrition, bringing together coalitions that work to address youth suicide prevention, youth substance use, and many other important topics impacting the health in our region. And prevention is cornerstone to the work that we do, as well as developing the data resources in our community to be able to make data-informed policy and programming decisions that support public health in our communities. And I want to give you just a brief snapshot of some of the work that we do when we talk about our Women, Infants, and Children program that brings supplemental nutrition. The impact of this programming and our team members that work in that is substantial. We have served in 2022 more than 20,000 clients through this program and provided more than $8.4 million in WIC food vouchers directly into the community to support our families. We also have a team of dedicated public health nurses via the Nurse Family Partnership Program that goes out into the community to support first-time families that are low income working with them and their infants for the first 2 years of the child's life to work on issues to support the family's development, bring resources to them, and support the health of those children ongoing. And this evidence-based program, our dedicated nurses made more than 2,300 home visits during 2022. And as you're all familiar, immunizations is an important component of the work we do, bringing vaccine prevention to the community for infants, families, adults, and individuals at risk. And we have recently been expanding those efforts to increase our ability to take those services out of our brick and mortar buildings and go into the community to bring these services where people need them. And more than 9,600 vaccines were administered by our team in 2022. And that only captures a little bit of the work our team does, but I hope it gives you a sense of the many accomplishments of our team members. And then our third and final P, partnership. I'd like to acknowledge that the work of our agency isn't possible without the dedicated partnerships that we have in the community and team members coming alongside us to convene our work groups, coalitions to address those important issues. And through these collaborative efforts, we continue to build a stronger and more resilient public health system. And I would just like to say what a pleasure it is to be here on your agenda today and sharing on the agenda with some of those important partners, including Department of Human Services and Child, Youth, and Family Services, bringing attention to the important issues of child abuse that we also partner with them on, and as well as recognizing that during this meeting, you'll also be recognizing Director Jim Reed from the Pikes Peak Regional Office of Emergency Management, certainly a key partner to the work we have done over the last years in emergency response. And finally, I'd like to thank the members of City Council for your partnership and for this uplifting resolution that lifts up our local public health workers. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Deputy Director Ryberg. Appreciate your comments and you being here today. We do have a motion and a second. Before we vote on it, any other council members with anything that they'd like to offer?
Mr. Williams.
Yep, Mr. Williams.
Just, I do want to emphasize how much we appreciate the partnership with the Department of Health and frankly, the responsiveness as we dealt with issues trying to, our colleague talked about one business that was trying to operate, but the Department of Health was very helpful in a number of different businesses, a number of different instances in supporting our elections, making sure that we had the ability to respond. And I appreciate the work that y'all do. And I'm also glad that you're able to do that from a decent facility because I remember the times when you were in a place that had an irregular power supply and vaccines could not be kept refrigerated. And, one of the things we did when I was a commissioner is we purchased the old Intel building, which provided a modern facility so that when you're trying to store vaccines that people can receive, they're able to be done effectively. And I would note, you didn't mention it specifically, you kind of alluded to vaccines, but our Department of Health also supports business travelers who have to go overseas, missionaries who have to go overseas. When the Kenyan Court of Appeals invited me to come over and visit with them on elections this last summer, the Department of Health was able to make sure I got the vaccinations I needed. And so that kind of support is part that folks may not even be aware of, but you do so many things to help our community, and just thank you.
Well, thanks for that, Mr. Williams. And so we've got a resolution recognizing next Wednesday through the April 9th as National Public Health Week. A motion by Ms. Henjum and the second by Mr. Helms. Please vote on the motion as seconded.
And the motion passes by a vote of 8-0.
All right. Great. Well, let me have some applause for that. Mr. Donaldson, you want to take a photograph? Okay. just had a birthday, so thanks very much. Thanks very much. Okay, we have got 4 more very important recognitions, but I did want to honor our mayor who is joining us here, Mayor John Suthers, and we appreciate his attendance at our city council meeting on this Tuesday. With that, it'll take us to 5B, and would you read that into the record, Ms. Johnson?
A resolution recognizing April 2023 as Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Boy, and that's an important recognition, and Ms. Nancy Henjum, over to you.
Thank you very much. And we have here this morning Christina Iodice from the Department of Human Services Public Information. She's the office manager for El Paso County. And Katiana Jones, the Child, Youth, and Family Services Director of El Paso County. So if it's all right with you, I'm going to read the resolution, and then we'll give the time over to you.
Okay, well, let's, we'll read the resolution, then we'll get a motion in a second. We'll have Katiana?
Oh, Katanya. So sorry, Katanya.
Okay, please, Ms. Henson.
Whereas finding solutions for child abuse and neglect, a serious problem affecting every segment of our community, requires input and action from everyone, because the well-being of our children today will shape the future of Colorado and our community. And whereas childhood trauma can have long-term psychological, emotional, and physical effects that have lasting consequences for victims of abuse and neglect. And whereas all parents and caregivers need support sometimes, and supporting all children and families early is far less costly to society and individuals than healing from trauma. And whereas community leaders, policymakers, and elected officials play a unique role in building a community for kids by understanding the programs and policies that support child maltreatment prevention, listening to parents' needs, and examining community planning through this lens to build healthy communities. And whereas the vision of El Paso County Public Health is for all El Paso County residents to live in thriving communities where every person has the opportunity to achieve optimal health. And whereas everyone plays a role in preventing child abuse and neglect, helping to build thriving communities so that families and children may also thrive. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council, the City of Colorado Springs. April is recognized as Child Abuse Prevention Month in the City of Colorado Springs, and no matter where you live, everyone has the power to contribute towards a brighter tomorrow for all children. Dated at Colorado Springs, Colorado, this 28th day of March 2023, and signed by our President, Council Tom Strand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Henjum. And before we get to any comments from our guests, can I get a motion to approve April as Child Abuse Prevention Month? It looks like Ms. Henjum, did you make the motion?
No, that's the old one.
Looks like Mr. O'Malley has made the motion to accept April as Colorado Springs Child Abuse Prevention Month, and Mr. Williams seconded. And with that, we'd love to hear from our guests. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and council members, for having us here today. Child safety is a cornerstone to any strong community, and one that El Paso County embraces. And some could argue that it is the cornerstone to a strong community. I do want to thank DHS staff for helping to ensure child safety every day, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. They are responding to critical safety concerns. I also want to thank our community partners who really do play a critical part in helping to strengthen families and keep families safe. The community also deserves thanks. There are many professionals who are mandatory reporters, and there are many in our county, in our community, who also step up to report their concerns of abuse and neglect. Those living in El Paso County have caring hearts for those who are most vulnerable. Last year in El Paso County, we had 20,873 calls that were made to the Child Abuse and Neglect Reporting Hotline. Not all of those turned into cases. We don't expect those calling to know what abuse or neglect looks like. They only need to have a concern for a child. Every bit of information can help caseworkers see the bigger picture of what a family is experiencing. And sometimes our response is just to connect a family to additional resources. We brought pinwheels here today, which is the national symbol of child abuse awareness, as well as prevention cards for you all today. For more than a decade, the Pinwheel Gardens have popped up in April all throughout Colorado as well as the country as the national symbol of the bright and happy childhoods we want for all children. If you suspect child abuse or neglect, call the hotline at 1-844-CO-4-KIDS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. And if you, Alex, would be happy to take those pinwheels and the documents so that we can distribute them to the other council members. And I don't know if, did Christina want to make some comments too, Ms. Jones?
No.
Okay. Good.
Short and simple.
Yep. So we have a motion to approve April as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Colorado Springs, and a second from Mr. O'Malley and a second from Mr. Williams. Any further comment up here on the dais?
One more
Yes.
thing.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Yeah, I think for anyone here who's a parent, we all know that raising children is both the most incredibly rewarding and wonderful thing, and also probably the most challenging thing we ever do. And we do need support from each other to raise our children healthy and well. So thank you very much for your work, and it's a part of public health as well, right? So thank you so much.
Thanks, Ms. Hendrum. Let's vote on the resolution as made and seconded.
And the motion passes by a vote of 8-0.
And would you take a photograph with us? And
Of course we
We've
would.
got the resolution, and we'll be down there in a minute. Okay, we are on a roll here today. Our next recognition, 5C. Would you read that into the record, Ms. Johnson?
A resolution recognizing April 2023 as the month of the military child.
Great. Well, I have the honor of presenting this recognition. Many of us up here, I think we've got some military children that are up here, right, Miss Nancy? And
Nancy.
Yep, and Wayne and Yolanda. And then we've got, were you you are a military child too?
I have to admit I was an Air Force child, but then I joined the Army once I was an adult.
Your father knew best.
You saw the light. And then
Tom.
we've got others that raise military children. How many in the audience were either a military child or you were in the military and had a child? Wow. Look at that. That is just incredible. So we have the honor of recognizing April as the month of the military child. And we've got, in this situation, can I get a motion to approve this month as the month of the military child? And it looks like, Ms. Henjum, did you make that motion?
That's the old stuff. So.
What do we got for a new one?
We have Councilmember O'Malley making the motion and Councilmember Donaldson making the second.
Okay. So now I can read the resolution, and we're honored to have today with us Ruth Moore, who's the School Liaison Program Director from Schriever Space Force Base, and with her is Chief Master Sergeant Garrison. And so we're so pleased to have both of you here to honor this. So with that, I will read the resolution. We'll get a motion. We've got the motion and the second on the resolution, and then we'll just have some discussion. So a resolution recognizing this month, or the month of April, as the month of the military child, whereas there are an estimated 1.65 million military-connected children enrolled in schools in the United States and abroad. And whereas military children must often deal with separation from their parent or parents and possible loss due to the risks of service, some strong positives have been identified in studies, including a high occurrence of very resilient personalities, exceptional social skills, a high level of multicultural and international awareness, proficiency in foreign languages, and a statistically very strong affinity for careers that entail service to others. And you thought you had a lot of hard words, you know? And whereas in 1986, former United States Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger, and you remember him?
Very well.
Me too. First designated April as the month of the military child, acknowledging the significant role of military-connected students play in our communities. And whereas the average military student faces multiple school relocations from kindergarten to 12th grade, and whereas the Military Children's Compact Commission, the MIC3, is committed to resolving the education transition issues that are faced by these children and their families. And last, whereas, on April 19th, 2023, Colorado Springs is encouraged to purple up for military kids in a way for communities to thank military children for their strength and sacrifices. Purple represents the joint service operations and is a combination of Army Green, Marine Corps Red, Coast Guard, there we go, Coast Guard, Air Force, and Navy Blue. It is the appropriate color to represent our military children from all branches of services. Now, therefore, be it resolved by our City Council of the City of Colorado Springs that we recognize April 2023 as the month of the military child, and we encourage all residents in Colorado Springs and the Front Range area and the Pikes Peak region to purple up on April 19th, 2023, dated this 28th day and signed by me. And so I will lead the applause for that. Ms. Moore, would you like to start us and maybe make some comments on the month of the military child?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, President and the council and everyone in the room here today for supporting our military-connected students. They are very resilient, but they do face some challenges, and we can't ignore those challenges with the frequent moves, the deployments, the unique military lifestyle. And this area is very supportive of our families, our military families and our students. The schools are wonderful. STEM, we're trying to really leverage STEM, so STEM has been a great outreach. Special education, advocates, I mean, there's so much support here in this area, and so we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ruth. And Chief Garrison, would you like to make some comments?
Yes, sir. Real quick, I just want to thank the City of Colorado Springs for your continued support for our military families and especially our children. So just a deep thank you and gratitude for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thanks for being here and thanks for your service. Before we vote on this resolution, Randy Helms, comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I served in the United States Air Force, but I married the daughter of a Chief Master Sergeant. So married the military child. I won't use that word, child. Married a child. That's a little weird. But then we raised 3 children in the military, living all over the world, actually. So this is important. This particular resolution is important to me and my family, as I know it is to all the ones out there. So I just wanted to thank all those families who sacrifice moving your children around the world, literally. So thank you.
And Randy, that reminded me, I also married someone who was the child of a Navy aviator, out of college. And then we had 2 children born while I was on active duty in the Air Force, one in Taipei, Taiwan, and one in Berlin, Germany. They both had to decide whether they were going to be U.S. citizens or not once they became 18 years of age. So lots of challenges when they're born overseas and they attend overseas schools. And with that, Mr. O'Malley, any comment?
I'm very thankful. My dad was a B-52 bomber navigator in the Air Force. I haven't admitted that before, but anyways, I'm very grateful for the upbringing in the Air Force and a military family, and the respect that you show to community. And I thank you for all that you do on it every day. I too was in the Navy, and I can't hold it against me.
And Councilmember Donaldson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. And as a kid, I grew up for 6 years in Germany as a son of an Air Force NCO. And then when I was in the Army here at Fort Carson and deployed a bunch of times to Iraq, it was neighbors and friends we had at church at Corpus Christi. Andy Pico was one of those that took our son and our daughter out to sporting events or just on different things when I wasn't there. So he kind of filled in, and my next door neighbor did that too. So I'm really just trying to point out how other folks that live here in Colorado Springs help out with military families by kind of being that surrogate family for the kids when their father or their mother is deployed. So thanks to those of you in the audience or here at council that have done that or that are watching this online.
Thank you, Councilmember Donaldson. And of course, Andy Pico was a council member and also a representative to the state. As a state representative, had 9 children and is still reaching out. And he was an aviator in the Navy too. Mr. Helms.
Mr. Donaldson's remarks reminded me of an event, and today when we did the Pledge of Allegiance, it reminded me of an event. Those of us will know that when you live on base, and it doesn't matter whether it's Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine base, if you go, we typically have a movie theater there. And so when you take your family to the movie theater, before the movies ever start, you play the national anthem, and we all stand up. So we had come from overseas back to the States, and we took the kids to see, they were young, we took them to see a movie, and right before the movie started, they started standing up, thinking we were in a civilian movie theater, and that was going to happen. So that was, I remember that as a very fond memory of what our military kids learned from them being in the military. Obviously, we don't do that in civilian movie theaters, but something to think of. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for bringing that up. So we've got the motion by Mr. O'Malley, seconded by Mr. Donaldson, to approve April as the month of the military child in Colorado Springs. Please vote on the motion as seconded.
And the motion passes by a vote of 8-0.
And Ruth and Chief, would you take a photograph with us?
Stephanie wanted to say something.
Okay. Yep. We have to
My
keep,
fault.
yeah, we have to keep track as we use Microsoft Teams. Stephanie Fortune wanted to make some comments too before we do the photograph. Councilwoman Fortune, I'm sorry.
Thank you. My greatest exposure to a military child is my husband, Kent Fortune. And he went to 3 high schools because of being a military child, and he also was inches away from getting the Boy Scouts highest designation, and because of moving, he was unable to attain that. And the biggest sacrifice is that Agent Orange caused his father to be in poor health, which is was really hard. But in spite of all those things, he's a very proud son of a Chief Master Sergeant, and I've learned a lot from him and from his stories, and I have a lot of respect for kids who go through that and sacrifice so much more than even Kent had to sacrifice. So thank you for the opportunity to for me to say thank you to all of you, the military children. Your sacrifices are very noted.
Thank you for that, Stephanie. We appreciate your comment.
Can you see it? Okay. All right. Thank you very much for being here. Take that back with you with the group that's meeting. All right, Jim, you're next. I've been waiting for this.
Okay. The fourth recognition that we've got, 5D, can we read that into the record, Ms. Johnson?
A resolution of appreciation for James Reed, OEM Director, for his retirement from the City of Colorado Springs in the Pikes Peak Regional Office of Emergency Management.
And Mr. Reed is already up at the podium, but I'll turn this over to President Pro Tem Helms for this resolution and this honoring of one of our great employees.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is I'm truly humbled and honored to be able to recognize my good friend and fellow veteran, Air Force veteran, Jim Reed. And I got a couple things to say about him here. And the one thing that I've known Jim for, and I know his history, Jim is one of those first responders who runs to the fire. He did it at an early age, and he continued to do it as a leader and director of OEM here in the Colorado Springs, El Paso County region. And you'll see that in some of the remarks I make in the resolution that I'm going to read. But I just wanted to make that known that he is one of those people that actually runs to the fire. And here we go. A resolution of appreciation of James Reed, OEM Director, for his retirement from the City of Colorado Springs and the Pikes Peak Regional Office of Emergency Management. Whereas, James Reed has served as Director, Pikes Peak Regional Office of Emergency Management, and it's PPR OEM, since 2019, when they formed the PPR OEM as a partnership between the Regional Agency of El Paso County and the City of Colorado Springs. And whereas, Jim Reed joined the United States Air Force in 1980, where he served on active duty assignments stationed in Germany, Arizona, California, South Korea, and Colorado. He served as a first responder and firefighter to the terrorist bombing in 1981 on Ramstein Air Base, Germany. He provided security during the return of our American hostages from Iran at Ramstein Air Base, Germany in January of 1981. He responded to the 1985 terrorist attack on Rhein-Main Air Base in Germany and served as the base fire chief in South Korea and Kuwait. And whereas, after retirement from the United States Air Force, Jim worked as the fire marshal for the city of Monument and was appointed in 2003 as the deputy fire marshal with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. In 2013, Jim was appointed to as executive director of public works at El Paso County, where he worked until becoming the OEM director in 2019. And whereas, in his current position as the director of PPR OEM during the recent worldwide COVID-19 pandemic, Jim's leadership unified OEM and El Paso County Public Health during the 2 years activation in their work with community partners, sister agencies, and local, state, and federal partners. And whereas, Jim is a dedicated civil servant who is passionate about emergency management and public safety. His relationships, partner network, candor, and professionalism have made him a proven leader and an exceptional representative of the Pikes Peak region throughout the course of his career. Whereas, we wish Jim happiness and fulfillment in his future ventures, which are sure to include travels and time with his family. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Colorado Springs. The City Council recognizes James Reed for his years of leadership and contributions to the City of Colorado Springs, dated at Colorado Springs, Colorado, this 28th day of March, 2023. Tom Strand, Council President.
Wow, could one man do that in a lifetime? Long lifetime. Well, we have a motion to approve this resolution of appreciation for you, Mr. Jim Reed, by Mr. Williams, and seconded by Mr. O'Malley. And I'm sure there are going to be a lot of people that want to make comments. And so, Mr. O'Malley, I'll go to you first with any thoughts or comments that you've got for Mr. Reed.
Well, congratulations, Jim. Quite a career. But you can run, but you can't hide. So I'm going to make sure that my buddy Jeremy Greenberg, the Director of FEMA Operations, has your number so that when you take it, after you've taken a few breaths of salt air, that you'll be able to kind of go back to that force that goes out for the task forces. And you only have to work like 180 days out of the year. So anyways, congratulations and thanks for all that you do.
Thank you very much, Mike. Mayor John Suthers, would you like to make some remarks?
Thank you, Mr. President. The resolution summarized a lot, but there's a lot more to it, and all of you who are around know that. Before 2019, there really was no excuse for the county to have a separate emergency management services and the city of Colorado Springs to do it. Given the nature of the natural disasters that we faced, wildland fire, flash flood, who know no boundaries, there really wasn't much sense to it. Finally, in the couple of years leading up to 2019, we finally got to very productive discussions between the county and the city and made a determination to merge the two emergency management services programs. That was the easy part. The hard part was actually doing it. And anytime you merge two organizations together, there's issues. You've got county employees, you've got city employees, and you've got to have someone who's going to be the engineer to do that. And Jim Reed played that role, and he played it very well. No sooner had we gotten those two organizations merged than we had a threat, the nature of which you don't prepare for very much. I like to say in my first couple years of mayor, we prepared for fire emergencies, we prepared for flash floods, ransom attacks, you name it. The one thing we didn't prepare for was a worldwide pandemic, because they don't happen very often, only about every 100 years or so. That's what hit us. In 2020, Jim was in charge of this recently merged organization, and he did a remarkable job. I remember, and I'm sure many of you remember, we were down there for a press conference literally every week, advising the public about how this situation was morphing and how to best protect the public. And our emergency management folks did a remarkable job, and that was under Jim's direction. So I just want to personally convey and also convey on behalf of all the citizens of Colorado Springs our thanks to you, Jim, for the remarkable job you did in merging these organizations and taking on one of the most incredible challenges that we faced with the COVID epidemic. Congratulations to you. Good luck in retirement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Donaldson.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. Reed, a couple questions and then just a short statement. First, I heard Councilman Helms say that you always ran to the fire. Didn't you ever think taking the truck or something like that would be an easier way to get there?
I don't know. Most people run the other way. I just didn't have a clue, I guess, until I got there.
Okay. What are you going to do with your free time?
You know, if I may,
Please.
my son is here, Josh, my granddaughter, Ava, Maisie, and JR. Thanks for being so patient and sitting here. That's
Josh and Ava, thanks for being here, and we appreciate your presence today.
And then the goal is to, I've seen a lot of the world. As you, I spend a lot of time over in Germany, and I think I'd kind of like to see my home and drive around the U.S.
Great, that sounds good. And then finally, I just want to thank you for serving the county and the city and the country, but especially our city and the role you've played. And that's part of what makes us a great place to live is good people like you that are willing to serve in these positions. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, before we give you the floor at the end here, I guess Mr. Trujillo would like to make some comments as well. Ryan?
Thank you, Council President, honorable members of council. I've had the pleasure of working with Mr. Reed for the last 8 years. We started our partnership together when he was at county. He was the Public Works Director, and we worked very closely together. We actually have nicknames for each other. We call each other Primo, and there's a story behind that.
Okay.
And what I really wanted to announce is that there is an open house at PPR OEM this Thursday, March 30th from 1:30 to 3:30. It would be great for you all to attend, or anyone is welcome to send him off and tell some potentially embarrassing stories.
And Ryan, tell everybody where that's located.
That is on
3755 Mark Dabbling.
3755 Mark Dabbling Road here in Colorado Springs.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Mr. Williams.
Jim, you and I both started at El Paso County in 2003. We both had different colored hair, and but I have been so impressed with the work that you do in all the different roles, and in the profession that you're in, it's easy to be cynical or negative because you're exposed to some of the worst things that happen. But you have been consistently optimistic, positive, and competent. And when we have faced crises in our community, you have stepped up in so many different ways. I appreciate it. I know that there's sometimes did not take place between 8 and 5, Monday through Friday. So thank you to family that supported that and provided that. You have just done so many different phenomenal things. I wish you the very best, my friend. Thank you for your service.
All right, Mr. Reed, the floor and the center stage is yours.
Okay, before I start, I do want to thank, now, Mr. Murray, I know you've seen the flowers. They're not for your birthday, so I'm sorry. They're for someone else. And before I start, I want to thank my beautiful wife, Jeanette. I'm grateful for her support. Honey, can you come up here? This is the person. Over the years, your support's meant a lot to me. I love you. Thank you. Yeah. Now, Jeanette's a retired cop, so Councilman Murray, if you decide to try to take the flowers, I would caution you. It would be very painful, I promise you. I've been blessed to serve our country and our community for over 43 years combined. I can't believe, I don't know where the time has gone. And my entire professional career has been doing what I'm most passionate about, and that's fighting fire and protecting and preserving life. So I've been able to do that, and I'm grateful to the support that I received from Mr. Green and the mayor. You guys have been there. Thank you so much. Jeff and I have worked together almost 20 years. I don't know how he hasn't, knocked me out at some point in time or another, but he's always hung in there with me. And Jeff, I really appreciate it. And Mayor, thank you for your support and patience and everything you've done for me. I do appreciate it. We got it done, and we did it. And it wasn't easy, but it was done. And I had one of those candor conversations with you the other day about it. But thank you. You've done some phenomenal things for this city, and it's just remarkable. So. In 2018, both the city and county leadership explored a regional OEM, which I thought was good, because at 740,000 people in your community, it's about time we have a single place where these things happen. And, we've had 2 agreements. We're on our second agreement. I think you folks just signed off on that.
We did.
Yeah, and I think it's working, And initially, it was Mr. Green and Mr. Yankowski that kind of said, hey, Jim, build this plane while it's flying, figure it out and make it work. And I appreciate that, because I was given the latitude and the freedom to do what needed to be done without all the rules and everything else that goes with it. And Jeff will tell you, I'm not much of a rules guy, right? I just kind of give it to me, let me handle it, and I'll get it back to you. But the consolidation was a force multiplication in our ability to support our community as a single entity with a single message and a single purpose of protecting our community. Our facility has been the go-to place for training, for the region, and for the state. They use our facility constantly, so people are in and out of it all the time. So it's just a place to go for emergency management. All of that happened because of the staff. The staff involved with the consolidation and the support that we received from leadership, yourselves, the mayor, Mr. Green, Mr. Trujillo. The team is well on their way to national accreditation. You'll see that sometime in June or July. They've worked really hard, and they're going to get it. They're going to make that happen. The foundation's been laid. And it'll be a pleasure to watch this team move forward in the future. I think that's going to be really fun to watch as this office grows and does great things. I'm going to skip down. Although my position may have been director, I really work for my staff as I was responsible to provide them the tools and freedom to accomplish their jobs. It was always better to ask assistance than direct it. My way was not always the best way. And we've had that discussions, right, Councilman Strand?
Yep.
And the staff proved that many times. And many of the outcomes were extraordinary. The bomb cyclone support, the riots that we had, that support, and then later COVID-19. I would like to thank our partners, the State of Colorado Emergency Management, all the non-governmental agencies, Federal Forest Service, State Forest Service, multiple religious institutions, volunteers, and the press for their never-ending support. No matter what the situation was, the press was really a good part of the team because they got that information out for us, and I got to tell you, they were invaluable. I'd also like to thank CSFD and CSPD for their support during this process. It was a change, and things were different, and they stepped up, and I think Chief Roy and Chief Vasquez were just absolutely phenomenal, so I appreciate the support that they gave me, as well as city leadership, finance, IT, all of those departments were really good. Sarah, who put up with me not getting things in on time, so thank you, Sarah. I could go through a litany of individuals that I'd like to thank. That could take a while. It's been 20 years, right? And I want to be respectful of your time. I've already reached out to some of you. I'll continue to do so over the next couple of days to personally thank you. I have not forgotten about you. Without the experience, professional, and support of city staff and city leadership, we could not have received, we couldn't have done it. We couldn't have done the consolidation. City staff, leadership, please accept my heartfelt appreciation for everything you've done. Your support, past, today, and in the future, as you continue to provide support and leadership to our community. So I'm extremely grateful to all of you. I couldn't have done it without the staff, and it's been a good run. So thank you.
You bet. Mr. Green, did you want to make some comments?
Now I'm in trouble.
Thank you, Mr. President and Council. And Jim and I, we first started working together, we were both dark-headed.
Teenagers.
And a lot of time has gone by. But I remember the first time I met Jim, we were both coordinating with the county administrator at that point in time, Terry Harris. And Terry Harris always talked about the importance of OEM. And I remember going to the basement of the public health building, and that's where OEM was located. And I was experiencing their facilities, and it was some of the poorest facilities I had ever experienced. And I cannot believe this is where we're housing the Office of Emergency Management. And then they transitioned to another building, and then finally the county went through a public financing and was able to establish where the Office of Emergency Management is today. But all of that would not have come about without the efforts of Mr. Reed. And I remember in 2006, Mr. Reed calling me, and there was this major fire, and there was a storage facility, and there was homeless people that were camping within this facility, and we had to find additional housing for them, and Mr. Reed coordinating that. But where I really saw Jim shine was during the Mountain Shadows fire and the Black Forest fires. And people forget about those tumultuous times and trying to manage the emergencies and how we respond, how we coordinate with the feds, how we collaborate, how we coordinate together. And Mr. Reed was largely responsible for that. And then how we've managed the events since then. I've watched, Jim and I have worked very well and very closely. We've disagreed at times, but we also watched our children grow up. And when you talk about public service, there is nobody I know more than what Mr. Reed has done and his commitment to the Pikes Peak region and his contributions to public service in both supporting the city and the county. So thank you, Jim.
Amen. Okay, so we have a motion to show appreciation to Mr. Reed and his entire family for all of his service by Mr. Williams, seconded by Mr. O'Malley. Please vote on the motion of appreciation.
And the motion passes by a vote of 8-0.
There you go. Okay, would you take a photograph with us and bring your family up? Your wife? That'd be great.
One more race for
It'll be quick.
Yeah, I flew into Ryan, Maine, right after the bomb in 1985.
Did you?
He was supporting, so.
Oh, my
I know
gosh.
I passed.
A lot of interconnections.
Yes.
Okay, that takes us to the last recognition, which is item 5D, or 5E. And this is city council appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. And I'm sort of the presenter for this one. I know we've got some of our folks here, but, you know, we look at, somewhere between 30 and 40 boards, commissions, and committees. And we've got some reappointments and appointments to several of these, including the Stormwater Drainage Board, the Stormwater Advisory Committee, the Audit Committee, and the Pikes Peak Regional Building Department Board of Review and Licensing Committee. So we can't do our job in this city without, you know, hundreds of volunteers that get involved with us on a weekly basis. So with that, I will start with the first one. I know we've got a few folks here, but we're going to recognize all of them. And the first one is the City and County Subdivision Storm Drainage Board. And we made appointments to this organization on the Drainage Board. We did interviews. I worked with Aaron Powers, the Compliance Program Manager and for Stormwater Enterprise, Christina Aragon from the city staff, and Gilbert LaForce from the El Paso County office. The people that we have appointed or reappointed are Mark Sherwood, for his first term. He's a land developer, and he's been appointed effective today through August of 25. And then Brent Luke, first term subdivision engineer, and again from today until March 24th of 26. Grant Petek, an at-large from today until February of 24. And Gray Shaver to an at-large term from today until August. And I think, Brett, you're here, right? You want to just stand and we'll recognize you. Is anybody else, is Mark, Grant, or Gray here for this? Do we have anybody else? So, yep, so we've got, and it's Mark, right? Yep, I'm sorry, Gary. Yep, Gary Shaver. So we want to thank you for your service and appreciate you being here. The next group is the Stormwater Advisory Committee, and we met to help them. We interviewed them, and it was conducted by the liaison, Dave Donaldson, the Stormwater Division Manager, Richard Milady, the Public Works Director, Travis Easton, the Stormwater Projects Coordinator, Timothy Bocchini, and the staff liaison, Maren McDonald. And I don't know, did you want to make any comments? We've got Doug Cologne, who has been appointed to the first term as an engineer effective today through February 26th. And I didn't know if you wanted to say anything, Dave.
Not really, Mr. President. I'm not sure if Mr. Conlon could be here today. Oh, he is.
There he is.
And
Please
so,
stand. Please stand. Thanks for your service.
Yep.
And
the whole group-
I did offer Brett a chance to speak. Did you want to talk at all, or did you want to talk at all, Gray?
Dave's got some.
Or Gary? Yep. Yep, Dave. Yep.
Dave's got some.
Well, I would just say that the group of us that interviewed Mr. Conlon were impressed with his qualifications, his enthusiasm to serve the city, and we look forward to having him as part of that team.
Okay. The next group is the Audit Committee with Miss Jackie Rowland, who joins us for these meetings. And we had a vacancy that was created when we lost Mr. Terry Grant. Mr. Jeremy Schwartz was the alternate, and we moved him up to be one of the regular. He was going to attend, but then had some business opportunities or business requirements that made him be away. But Jeremy Schwartz is now going to be appointed to the at-large position effective today through October of 2025, and he sends his regrets. The last two groups, the Pikes Peak Regional Building Department Board of Review and the Building Department Licensing Committee, we've got Christine Riggs. I don't know if Christine is in the audience. She's been appointed to the Board of Review for a second term, effective March 31st of this month through 2026. And I don't know if Christine is here. I don't see her. And then for the Pikes Peak Regional Building Department Licensing Committee, we've got Maria Miller for her first term. She's a banker, and she'll be appointed effective 31 March through 2026. And I don't know if Maria's in the audience, but I don't think so. But anyway, I just wanted to personally thank all of these volunteers who make the city run on a day-to-day basis. And I think that takes care of that announcement for city council appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. With that, it takes us now,
We have a motion to accept those.
Thank you very much. Yep, since it is in fact a reappointment, so we've got a motion from Mr. Williams, I think, to accept all of these appointments to boards, commissions, and committees that I identified from Mr. Williams, and a second from Mr. Murray. Is that correct? Let's vote on the motion as seconded.
And the motion passes by a vote of 8-0.
There we go. I don't think Mr. Green, the mayor, had anything further he wanted to offer at this particular meeting. And it takes us then to citizen discussion for items that are not on today's agenda. And I've got a list, and I will call people up for that. And then we will probably finish up with items called off the consent calendar before we take a break. So with that, I will go to citizens discussion, and we've got a number of people that are here that have signed up, and Carlene Lamps, Carlene, you're first, and I think you want to talk about Prospect Lake. Come on in and introduce yourself for the record.
Might have to hit the button.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
Good morning, my name's Caroline Lambs. Thank you, President Strand and council members. Well, Mr. Green, but he just left or stepped out for a minute. My intention today is to request your assistance to instruct the Parks Department to select aeration design number 1. This design continues to allow motorized vessels on Prospect Lake now and in future years. The City Council passed a resolution in 1974 and stated that motorized vessels will continue on Prospect Lake until there's another recreational lake within the city limits, and there is not one. Colorado Springs is known as the Olympic City, as mentioned by other motorized vessel users during previous city council meetings and Parks Board Department meetings. It doesn't serve the city or community to remove known recreation use from existing users in hopes to attract other users. When the Parks Department has reached out to motorized vessel users when they need volunteers, they've asked for volunteers for the Adapted Water Ski Program, to get the Tabor Initiative ballot out in 2000 to replace the leaky clay liner. They've hosted different water events where they've needed rescue boats, the triathlons, open water swims, Prospect Lake Water Festival, dragon boat races, and more. As you've heard previously at other meetings, Prospect Lake is enjoyed by many recreation users. It has a positive impact within the community, and all users of Prospect Lake greatly enjoy it. It has a positive influence on families, friends, and guests here in Colorado Springs. Motorized vessel users do not have another lake within Colorado Springs to go to. Non-motorized vessel users have multiple lakes within the city. I'm asking City Council and Mr. Green and the mayor to continue their support of motorized vessels at Prospect Lake in Memorial Park here in Colorado Springs. The Parks Department presented some scenarios to you yesterday, I believe.
Yes.
And they're requesting, I hope they're requesting assistance with their decision. We request that you select design number 1, which will allow continuing motorized vessels on Prospect Lake now and in the future. And to keep the lake full of water. That makes a big difference.
You
That prevents algae from growing.
Thanks, Carlene. And we'll make sure Mr. Green gets your message. And we did spend a lot of time talking about this during the work session.
Okay.
So Larry Lamps, you're up next, and Frankie Lang on deck. Hi, Larry.
Good morning, President Strand, council members. My name's Larry Lambs. I'm a Prospect Lake boating advocate.
Yep.
I do have pictures.
We got some pictures?
Yes, we do.
All right, Michael.
Over the last few months, I've given you the boating history out of Prospect Lake. I'd like to continue to do so. On the west side of the lake, we have the swim house. Well, it's called the Beach House Swim House. It's called the Jesperson Beach House. And I'm going to give you my age. I'm 67 years of age. I've been boating out there over 60 years. I learned to ski when I was 8, but I was boating since I was 5. But I had the pleasure of boating, and my pleasure is passion is barefooting. So we'd be out there 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, and to get the good water. And we'd have the German ladies, we'd call them. They'd be swimming their laps, and they'd go around the lake, and they'd go along the shoreline where the swim area is now. And they were the Jaspersons. And the boathouse is named after them now. And if you see this picture right here, this is the ramp that used to, at the end of the ramp on the land side, used to be the boathouse that they have the safety boat patrol that they had many years. And Mr. Joe Correa was the boat patrolman. He was a school teacher who did that during his summer months. But we have the picture of the boathouse. The beach house, this is the beach house, the Jasperson Beach House. It's also was known as the bathhouse back then. And just north of that was that ramp that we just saw. On the boathouse, which is where they rent the paddle boats, there's this plaque dedicated to Joe Correa. And I'll wait for that picture to come up right there. And what the plaque reads is, Joe Correa, Boating Headquarters, dedicated to Joe Correa for his love of Prospect Lake, his commitment to boating safety, and his efforts to promote and sustain a multi-use lake for the citizens of Colorado Springs. I implore you to vote for the #1 system to keep our colorful history alive. There's a lot of, I personally have 4 generations of boaters out there. And my son and his family are now boating and so forth. I have cousins, nephews out there enjoying the water. I implore you to go with aeration system #1 for the future use of all the young boaters that are out there with their families. It is a family sport, something that everyone can enjoy. This is Olympic City, and I implore you to continue with this sport of skiing and other water activities. Don't just take a great lake, a vibrant lake, and turn it into a pond, which is what the aeration system #2 would do. So again, thank you for your time, and I urge you to. This is your watch, gentlemen, ma'am. This is your watch. Let's take care of it on our watch. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Design #1 is the one you're recommending. It's Frankie Lang. I am Murray on deck.
Mr. President?
Yeah, Mr. Wick.
Thanks. I did want to say, for those who may not have watched the work session yesterday, the majority of council does support option 1. And so we have certainly given that input to the administration and hope they'll follow it.
Thank you, President Strand and council members. I'm Frankie Lang, and thank you for your support for Design 1. I started skiing at Prospect Lake in the 60s, and I've since then passed the skiing on to teaching my siblings and friends and their families and their friends and my cousins, grandkids, and I hope great-grandkids. If you can vote for Design #1, I echo Larry in asking you to vote for Design #1. And as a longtime volunteer for the Adapted Water Ski Program, I'm wondering what is the option for the Adapted Water Ski Program. If you go with Design 2, it kind of eliminates that. So if you would please implement Design #1, it'll allow me and many others like me to continue enjoying Prospect Lake. I, for one, if Design 2 is voted in, I may as well sell my boat because I can't get anybody to go down to Pueblo or Denver to join me for a day at the lake. So I respectfully request you to implement Design #1. Thank you.
Thank you, Frankie. Thanks for being here. Brian Murray, you're up. Dan Molnar on deck.
Thank you, Council. My name is Brian Murray. Again, I'm a user at the lake. I'm a newbie. I've only been doing it about 21 years. But we are on our third generation. My grandkids are learning to ski. And again, I would support number one because it allows to clean the lake and everybody gets to continue to use it. And it was the lower bid from what I understand. So as a taxpayer, I would say that makes the most sense. So again, thank you for your time and the availability of the lake and the parks and recs. And I recently retired. I've been riding the trails. It's there's a lot going on here. It's that I didn't know about. You know, I worked all the time. So
yeah.
I think there's a lot.
Now you get to enjoy it.
Yeah, I get to finally enjoy it and do some volunteering. And the adaptive program is it's pretty a worthwhile program. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, and thanks for being brief. Looks like, Mr. Williams, did you have something further you had to offer?
No, sir.
Mr. Donaldson, and then Mr. Helms.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. I want to say to Frankie and the Lambs and Mr. Murray that, you know, council has kind of championed this, keeping the lake open for everyone to use, right? It's not just for boats. It rotates on a daily schedule. You know, we might have one or two on council who truly believe that option 2 is better, but a heavy majority is for option 1. I've answered some emails, at least one, where the person that wrote me thought it was our decision, but you know, unfortunately, it's not. It'll be up to the mayor which way we go. There's a lot of reasons which I laid out yesterday at the work session. You know, the history of the lake is one of them. A commitment which council signed off on back in the 70s to stop motorized boating when there was a different body of water available. We don't have that yet. There's some small businesses that rely on that lake for their business to be, for motorized boating on that lake, for their business to be viable. And the folks that use it are good stewards of the lake. They are good neighbors. You guys clean around the lake. You know, you participate in improving it. So I do want you to know that council does strongly support that option 1 and just keeping that ability for this real history of our city to continue. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Donaldson, Mr. Helms, and Mr. O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too just want to reinforce, yes, we up here, I know in my case, I absolutely support design number 1. The health of the lake is taken into account on that. The ability for everyone to be able to use the lake, and as has been said over and over again, which I want to also, we share, whether it's motorized boating and non-motorized boating. My family does both. So I look forward to being able to participate in the future on motorized boating too there at the lake. Thank you.
And our Navy trooper, Mr. O'Malley.
I too support motorized boating on Prospect Lake, and thank you guys for your perseverance and coming to all those town halls and kind of making it happen for not only yourselves, but for your grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Malley. So now we're to Dan Molnar, and then on deck, Irene Lucas. Is Dan here? We will then go to Irene. Is Irene here? Come on up, Irene. And then we'll go to Monica May on deck. Hi, Irene.
Good morning. Thank you to everyone who supports design number 1. By definition, each council member here is committed to forwarding Colorado Springs and its citizens, reversing, backing up, putting the brakes on motorized use of Prospect Lake is an insult to the citizens who have been using Prospect Lake with motorized boats for decades and generations, and I appreciate that each of you are looking at the history. Option 1 chooses aeration, as you know, which will not interfere with motorized boat. On a personal note, I want to say that we participate in the Therapeutic Recreation Program. And Brian, Larry, and Frankie, I have been seeing on the lake, especially Larry and Frankie, for about 10 years, and they've been towing my son, who is an adult with autism. And I always see them in swimsuits and T-shirts, so you look good with clothes on, guys. And so, anyway, we appreciate your support. We ask you to really urge the mayor. There is no reason to go into reverse when we have so many other issues facing us. So please, thank you, and please encourage the mayor to choose option number 1. It's really the only option. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Irene, and we talk to the mayor and the chief of staff all the time, and we will continue that dialogue. Monica May, you are up. And on deck, online, Dana Dugan. Yeah. Please introduce yourself for the record, Monica.
Can we have the timer up, please?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, citizens. As a recent student of Kano University, I've learned the power of stories. Stories are long. 3 minutes is very short.
I know.
So let's look at the bullets here on this page that say facts indicate that Colorado Springs COS is gang-friendly, #7019, and is now a public safety nightmare for local businesses, citizens, and tourists. Next slide, please. Well, actually, go back. I want to read slides 1. Colorado Springs City Master Plan for Mixed-Use Neighborhoods makes shooting gallery bars an allowable use in all mixed neighborhoods. All right, let's go now to page 2, because you can read this when I leave. Okay, number 3rd bullet. Judge ruled that this is an allowable use. There's an article in the Gazette this morning that will explain to you about all of it. We heard about military veterans all morning. This is what some of our military veterans look like. They live with PTSD. They should not be exposed to shootings around their homes. It's probably not safe. Next slide shows the number of shootings. We do not have to go through this again. I've come here 9 times.
Yep.
And that's all verified. Next slide is interesting because it shows the assaults, the unconscious people, the stabbings, the weapons, and the repeated disturbances to neighbors. Next. This is how this all started. This is October 2019, the gang tags on the roof of 2394 East Boulder Street. Read the link on there. That will show you who the Mexican Mafia is. If you do not know yet who the Mexican Mafia is, I am sorry for you, because you should know, because you're in charge of this city.
Yeah.
Go to next slide. This is how that still looks, or it did, October 12th, 2022. Same gang tags, Emmy in the middle. Read up on it.
And any change to this as of March of 23?
10:30, next slide, please. October 2019, hate speech signage. Notice that this person has no gang tags on his face. Notice in the next slide, gang tags have been inserted on this page. This is drawn by 5 white people. Is this cultural appropriation? Next slide, please. This is what it still looks like this day. FYL means F your life. Some people think this is a memorial. Other people think it's a dividing line in the sign. Sand. Next slide. This is what is on Highway 24 now. Next slide. More hate speech. This is violence against women. We talked about that today. That other slide was violence against children. Next slide. We've got gang tags with a gang expert showing us where they are all over this hate speech signage in certain areas. We've got Lucifer at Paradise, which is an upgrade from Shooting Gallery, but not much. Here we've got Gropes. Next slide. Yeah, here's property damage. We saw
And Monica, kind of wrap
Okay,
up, okay?
I want to say thank you. Go to slide number 16, please. Thank you, Councilmember Dave Donaldson, who came out, heard, listened, and acted, showed up at court and talked to help us. Next slide. During National Health Week, do we really want to promote straight out of COS? K-Hood, K-Land, and K and locale. Let's leave that up. Stop the senseless shooting that kills and hurts so many in Colorado Springs, terrorizes neighbors, veterans, and the people. Thank you for your kind attention. Any questions?
Okay, thanks, Monica. And I noticed last night on one of the TV networks that Fort Carson, which has off-limit establishments, has several of the ones that you mentioned are off-limits to their troops.
Well,
Yep.
that's probably safer for them.
Yep.
I mean,
I just noticed that last night.
you know, people are just getting executed. Urban warfare is being fought in a different way. I have a link on slide. This is urban warfare. Don't kid yourself.
Mr. O'Malley, did you have a comment?
No, it's from previous.
Okay. Anyway, thanks, Monica.
You're welcome. Have
Okay.
a super day.
Next, have we got Dana Dugan online? Dana?
Hello.
Hello, Dana. This is Tom Strand. You've got 3 minutes, and, please introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, my name is Dana Dugan. I'm an 18-year resident of Colorado Springs. And I'm sorry, I'm a little hoarse. I've been working long hours. I did want to pipe up and support Ms. May's all the hard work and research. I toured the area of Nob Hill to see firsthand what was going over there on Platte, and it's just covered with gang tags. And the part that I was surprised by, during the Broadmoor land swap, one of the justifications, claims for trading away Strawberry Fields was they would clean up Party Rock and all the graffiti. I can see it from my house. We actually filed a complaint because, as you know, our own code mandates that graffiti be cleared within 2 weeks or you start accruing fines. Mayor Suthers declined to enforce that in the case of Party Rock, so it's still there and has not been cleaned up. But the reason I think for this code is because it encourages additional tagging and turf wars and creates environments that are encouraging vagrancy and crime, and I sure saw it firsthand when I was there. I was very alarmed that the liquor board did not deny the license after what has happened at that establishment. So I just wanted to step up and thank Ms. May for her work on this and echo concerns. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dugan. We appreciate your participation. It takes us to Noah Harper, who is going to cede his time on the Mountain Metro Transit to Margie Sullivan. Margie, you're up, and you've got 6 minutes.
Awesome. Noah's handing a packet out. I wish I'd have known I could do pictures because I would have brought them. Thank you, President Strand, for your time in City Council. For the rest of you that don't know me, hello, my name's Margie Sullivan, and I'm the president of the ATU local covering Colorado Springs Transit Management and Mountain Metro Transit. Fixed.
And this is a handout you gave everybody, right?
This is for all of y'all.
Yep, thank you.
I want you to look at these packets, please.
You bet.
Fixed circular and mobility routes. I'd like you to imagine something for me. Imagine that you're walking into a business's restroom. The entrance door to the restroom is popped open to prevent homelessness from using the bathrooms for drug use, but it hasn't stopped them. Before entering, you're hit with an odor. Part human waste, part chemical. Inside the restroom, you're greeted with a gross sight. The sink where you should be able to wash your hands isn't draining, it's full of filthy water. The local homeless population has been coming here to wash themselves and their clothing. Further in, you will find there are only 2 stalls. The largest ADA stall is closed. It's been for a while. The smaller stall is available, but the toilet is smeared with brown fecal matter and feces and urine on the floor in front of it.
I'll ask him how long.
Would you like to use these bathrooms? What if your only options were to use this restroom or hold it? What would you do? Every day, our drivers and passengers are forced to endure these situations like this at our downtown terminal. In the recent months, a large homeless population has used the restrooms for washing, sleeping, and drug use. Since I was here in January, little has changed despite being told it would be looked into. There's no access to a clean and safe restroom at the terminal. The only differences are that the entrances to the bathrooms are propped open, and they're usually a security officer is outside the men's restroom. Propping open doors doesn't prevent anyone from trying to use drugs in the stalls or defiling the bathrooms. Security officers removing drug users from the restrooms after they've already used doesn't stop the chemicals and drugs getting into the air. The men's and women's bathrooms are connected by a ventilation system. Everything from one restroom vents into the others. Some substances, such as nicotine, may only affect people through inhalation, but others, like meth and fentanyl, can be absorbed through the skin by touching something that was around the drug. Anyone trying to use these facilities at the downtown terminal are at risk for exposure. There's no basic cleaning that could get those substances out. A week ago, a driver told me that while using the facilities, they encountered a chemical smell that suddenly caused them to feel sick. Here we have 2 threats to the driver's well-being. Number 1 is being their physical health, but the second concern is for their job. If that smell had come from anything that could be absorbed into the body from inhalation or touch, it could show up on a UA. If a driver fails a UA, they immediately lose their job and the possibility of their CDL license. Even if we had sufficient cleaning services for those bathrooms, which we don't, there would be a need to be deep hazardous material cleaned before those restrooms would be safe for use. On the subject of cleaning, let me be clear, I am not commenting on the quality of the cleaning from the staff. The janitorial staff consists of 1 full-time custodian. That's it, 1 person for this entire terminal downtown. That terminal is open 7 days a week from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday and 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Sundays. With those hours of operation alone, 1 staff member is not enough to keep the entire terminal clean. Not to mention the added traffic from the homeless population that's come in the last few months. That is what I mean by inadequate cleaning services. Our drivers are forced to decide every shift whether it's worth their health and employment risks to use the downtown terminal restrooms. Drivers who choose not to have to find where they can go. There are no bathrooms on any routes that are officially designated for our drivers to use. Most drivers rely on the kindness of businesses along the routes to use the bathrooms during their shifts. In January, I spoke of a driver who lost a partial kidney. Last week, another driver informed me of kidney issues. After the lost time at work and in an ER visit with costly x-rays, the driver was informed she had a kidney infection. The doctor's diagnosis: too little water intake and holding urine for too long. Why would a driver avoid drinking water and using the restroom? Not enough access to safe and clean bathrooms on the job. This driver isn't the only one who's had these kinds of problems. The more I talk with drivers about bathroom access, the more they come forward with similar stories: urinary tract and kidney infections, kidney failure and loss, and prostate issues. We need more. Drivers need more bathroom access, but our passengers also deserve access to safer bathrooms. There are many changes that are needed, but I'm asking you to start with the downtown terminal restrooms. If we cannot separate bathrooms, then a bare minimum, we need more security for the existing facilities. I suggest that you locking the bathrooms where driver's access is only allowed with a key card, and the public access is only allowed with a supervisor or security officer's assistance. I understand change can take time. I need you to all understand the members of our community may not have as much time as we hope for. How long can we afford to let this get swept under the rug before someone in the hospital is hospitalized or even dies from an infection, kidney or prostate failure, or secondhand exposure to a fatal substance? We need your help and we need it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Margie.
And these pictures I put in front of you,
Say again?
these pictures I put in front of you have been since January when we spoke last.
Okay, thank you. Very compelling speech. And we've got 3 council members with either comments or questions for you. We'll start with Councilmember Donaldson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. So for both of these last 2 issues, the first was the graffiti and murals in the city. I think I brought this, I had requested this before, but I'll just do it publicly now that City Council at a work session hears from our code enforcement and our PD regarding that issue in the city. Like what are our policies? Ms. Dugan on the phone there brought up her impression that we have an ordinance that says it has to be removed in a certain time. I'd like to hear from those departments how we are enforcing that, if we're enforcing it. And for this issue too, you know, it struck me while you were talking that City Council is accessible to citizens, so you can come here and speak to us. And sometimes we don't have control over that issue. It's something the mayor controls, harder access there. I would also like to have the head of, I guess it's transit that controls this, come to us in a work session, you know, as soon as possible, and address these issues and talk about, is this feasible? Can we have restrooms with a code, with secure access for drivers and then for customers, and we would know who's going in there. That's my request, Mr. President.
Yeah, and Mr. Friedman, if you'd make a note of this, we'll make sure we communicate with the chief of staff and ask for an update briefing on these issues. That takes us to Mr. Williams.
I think Mr. Donaldson covered most of what I was going to say, but we do want that update. I did have one question for you, ma'am. The card in your folder has a gmall.com. Is it supposed to be gmail.com?
I apologize, yeah.
Just wanted to make sure as I put it into my phone, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hendrum.
Yes, I actually, thank you very much. Margie or Margie?
Margie.
Margie, thank you for coming to us again. And I completely agree with Councilman Donaldson's request, and I would actually like to build on it a little bit. We have a desperate need for public facilities, for restroom facilities in our downtown area, period. It's something that this council has the power of the purse and the ability to address that in our city budget, and we need to be talking about that in this next budget cycle, or even in this current budget cycle for that matter. Why wait? Yes, ma'am.
Can I tell you something? We have an infrastructure bill that was put into place for driver safety. And Sharon will talk a little bit more about that, but just for 2023, for safety alone, public transit got $10.3 million. To put a lock on a bathroom, to me, is just unbelievable that can't be. I mean, I'd pay for it out of my own pocket at this point. This is really unbelievable to me.
We are talking about some really basic human services for the public and for our employees who serve public transit, which really is the other point I wanted to make. And this may be a series of not just work sessions, but also work among and across departments. We're talking about public transit, which we all know in our city needs work, tremendous work. We're talking about a population of folks who are not housed. There's a variety of different folks who fall in that category. But we need to be collaborating with our community development offices as well. And how do we prioritize this as city council? We will have a new city council sitting here in about 4 weeks. And it is time for us to really take a look at this and prioritize this for you all, for you, Margie, for the workers at public transit, but really for the citizens of Colorado Springs. This is essential that we prioritize this and take care of this. So thank you for bringing it again. And I will hope that we will have a majority of council in the next council who will agree that we can prioritize this from a budget and a resource perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hendrum, and Mr. Murray.
Ma'am, since we all realize this isn't a new problem, all right, so the first order of priority is to figure out why it hasn't been fixed so far. We can sit here and say we have the power of the purse, but even with the power of the purse, the actual control and spending of the funds in the best interest of the employees are very problematic in this particular environment. This is a public health issue. I'd say it's a disaster or an emergency based on your pictures, but that's in the view of the beholder, so to speak. There should be no reason we can't find a simple method of putting some sort of key lock or electronic lock. They put my 3 minutes up. I love it. Which is only fair, actually. But having said that, again, going back to, okay, what have we already done? Why are you coming back to us saying, just like these clubs, just like the issues involving the graffiti, what does it take for us to sit down and say, well, even with the power of the purse, it's the executive branch which needs to take the immediate action? We get the budget once a year. We tell you, please, put it in this regard, put it in this pot, do this for the best interest of the community. But the community consistently has to come to the council and ask for something to be done. The mayor's office, the executive branch, sits there and looks at you and says, oh, I don't know, take it to the council. Maybe the council will do something about it. Ma'am, the council can't do anything about it. The actions have got to be taken within the organizational structure you work for, 1, with the support of the executive branch, 2. So if they don't step up and handle the issues, I'm sorry, you just have to come back and complain to the next council. I suggest all of you who haven't voted, since I just learned 12% have voted so far, better get to the ballot box and change how the structure works. Because according to what you're all telling me, it's not working. And for us to sit there and look at each other, I don't mean.
Okay, thank you.
But thank you. But back to let the buck stop with who has the buck. And all I'm saying is, come on, guys, do something that's constructive in getting it done. I'm sorry you have to consistently come to us with this kind of Can I call this crap?
Yeah, literally.
Anybody who's seen what we just looked at, this is crap, guys.
Anything else, Mr. Murray?
I'm done.
Okay. All right. That then takes us, and I'm going to hold my comment because I've guessed Carlos Staubin, you're going to cede your time to Ms. Sharon Clements. And Sharon, you've got 6 minutes, and then I'm going to make a couple comments. I've had a chance to be to the restrooms just within the last week. So, Sharon, you've got 6 minutes. Over to you. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, I am Sharon Clements. I am a bus driver, and I am also the financial secretary for the local union for our drivers. I'm not going to be speaking on the bathroom part, but I am going to speak on a different subject matter that is of concern for us drivers.
Okay.
Back in November, December, we originally with COVID and everything, we had plexiglass that was put up into our buses to try to help alleviate COVID as well as help to protect safety for our drivers. Back in November, December, because of an incident in the yard, they went ahead and took the plexiglasses down. Didn't notify us even though we're on the infrastructure bill with them, trying to get everything fixed and the safety put into perspective for our drivers, they went ahead and took those glasses down. Not only, since that point in time, we have had issues with people getting right up into our faces again. We have drivers that are getting sick with COVID. And we are getting to the point where it's kind of scary with us. We did, Margie and I did go to Washington DC a couple weeks ago for some training from the International. This is where we got a lot of information from. We found out how much money is allotted this year for our infrastructure safety committee to allot out, which is a little over $10 million for us. They also gave us some ideas about safety glass that can be put up. Not only is it bulletproof, but it helps to secure us away from any public danger or anything else that might happen. They do cost $25,000 a piece. But even if we have 100 buses between the fixed route and our paratransit, that's only $2.5 million out of that $10 million. Our lives are very important. Back in, I believe it was late January, back in Maryland and Washington DC, within a week of each other, they had 2 drivers killed. One was shot to death and one was stabbed to death. This is very important to us. We need to be able to be safe. If we're not safe while we're driving, what's to happen? If we're behind that wheel and somebody were to stab us or shoot us and we are in motion, we're going to take out anything and everything that is in front of us. Not only will it not only hurt and kill possibly the driver, but everybody that's behind us, everybody that's in front of us, not to mention any other damage to city property, to people's vehicles, to anybody. It won't affect just one person's life then. It will affect all of our lives. We need to get this fixed, and every time that we go to our infrastructure, we're looking into it. We're looking into it. It's a time that we need to stop. We have answers for them. We've been giving them the answers, and we haven't gotten any help from them. We know that the money is there. All they need to do is start doing it. And that's why I'm here, because I want to make sure that they understand that we're serious about this. I'm not worried just about my driver's safety or myself, but we have people that we take to work, to hospitals, home, wherever. We have people in front of us that rely on us to have safe driving. And if something were to happen to us behind that wheel, I can't imagine how many lives are going to be affected by that. So I am asking today that you please maybe talk to the people at the city across the street to help them to understand that this is something that is serious. Because we have another meeting on April 6th with them at 2:30 in the afternoon with them. And I want to be able to sit there and say, this is something that we need to take seriously. Because they gave us a statistic. For every officer that is assaulted, 2 drivers are assaulted. That was what it was. The statistic came out for last year, and that should not be happening. So I am asking that you guys help us to try to get those plexiglasses put back into place so that not only are we safe, but we can keep the passengers and the public safe as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Sharon. I think you both made your points. Dave, did you have something? Go ahead.
I do have a question, ma'am, and I take what you're saying very seriously. That statistic you just quoted about 2 drivers being assaulted for a police officer, that is a national statistic, right? It's not Colorado Springs.
It's not in Colorado Springs. It's a national statistic. But it is something that is growing more and more as we are losing more drivers throughout the union and everything due to the violence taken upon them because we're not protected enough.
And that's assaults that are reported.
I understand. So thank you. And that, if we do, we will have a work session on some of the issues that have been brought up. We can look into this too. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, I wanted to thank you for this, Margie. I think you've clearly gotten our attention again. One of our constituents, Mr. Lawrence Martinez, last Friday took me on a couple of more bus trips, and we went across the street in Nevada, and I saw how the rooms look. Quite frankly, they didn't look this bad when I saw them last Friday. These are pretty horrible.
Lady's amazing.
Yeah, so I probably caught it at a good time, but the doors are propped open, and I asked the security why, and they said because bad things go on in the bathrooms, and they have to keep watching. Both the women's and the men's rooms were wide open. I did bring it to the attention to the acting director, and I was told that this would be dealt with, so I'm going to circle back on that. We will have a work session on this, and I very much appreciate you coming back, and I hope you don't feel that this is something that is not going to have a reaction. So,
I just was not as well prepared in January. I felt we needed to be a little
Nope.
better prepared.
Margie, you did good. Okay, that takes us to our last one that we have signed up. Mr. Dallas Gardner, you are up.
Testing. Oh, hi. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to come up here and speak. My name is Dallas Gardner. I'm a U.S. Army veteran. I'm a father of 2 children. I am the sole proprietor of the Warriors of Light 719, where we focus on meditation, mindfulness, natural law, spiritual guidance, and transmuting of energy. Today, I would really like to take this time to talk about future programs as well as the importance of self-love. With April, this coming April, being a month that we start talking about public health and safety, I really bring up the importance of self-love. When we talk about us as people, when we look at our food, our actions, right now we had 2 individuals talking about the state of the bathrooms with the homeless, the issues with the homeless that we're facing, the types of behaviors that we're seeing. We talk about the violence, it's the same thing, the types of behaviors that we're seeing. We just had people come up talking about the awareness of child abuse, and they do great work. All these organizations do great work. But when do we address the issue of what's happening to people? When we address the fact that people are in a state of survival. We look in our food, we see that we have many food issues. Just talking about whether or not our food stamps have been cut, whether or not we're eating healthy quality food, or whether or not we are going to face situations that make people concerned. When we talk about the way that, the overall way of self-love, when we talk about why are we acting a certain type of way, why are we doing certain type of things, it goes back down to the value. What are we valuing? Are we valuing ourselves? Because at this moment, I don't believe that we have been. I believe that we see that that lack of value has put people in a state of survival when we're worried about our food, our water, our shelter, our medical system. And so, as this month being public health and safety, let's look at the quality of food that we're putting into our body. Let's look at the way that we are treating one another. That's why, with the Warriors Light 719, we are currently focusing on a project named the Free Food for Everybody Project, where we are focusing on a 3-stage type of process. First stage, we're focused on community and individual drawback, as far as surveying individuals based on different factors. We're focusing on putting together a project that heals the homeless, that also incorporates them back into society with skills in order to focus on our food issues at the moment. Thirdly, we're talking about focusing on the local communities, farmers, the local farmers, and really talking about incentivizing the ways that we are propagating and creating our food. Right now, normal processes for agriculture have been destroying our soil. We know we need to shift the way that we are doing our agriculture. Right now, we see that people are in a state of fear and survival. We need to draw back and really start giving people the needs that they need, whether it's food, water, shelter, medical, community. All these issues are tied together. And I believe that as we keep moving forward and we start creating different projects, we are going to start fixing all these issues together. I would just like to close this up by saying thank you, City Council, for letting me have this opportunity to speak. Thank you, members. Thank you, civilians. Thank you, everybody who's here in this moment. I just want to say God is here with us in this moment. God is overwatching all of us. God is with us, inside us, and around us, and God loves us. So thank you, and so it is.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Gardner. That is all I have signed up for citizens' discussion for items not on the agenda. Are there other citizens in chambers that would like to address council? Yeah. Yep. All right, Mr. Johnson, please introduce yourself for the record. And then Mr. Dolby, I assume you're next?
Good afternoon, City Council, President Strand, President Pro Tem Helms, members of City Council, thank you for letting me speak. We'll see how much I can fit in the 3 minutes. I want to poke a little fun with you, Mr. Murray, friendly fun, but we'll see how much time I have. First, I want to thank the community members for coming out to advocate for your parks, the viability of your parks, for the safety of your neighborhoods, and for your own personal safety on your job. When it comes to the representatives from the buses today, I would like to again offer, if you need more time at the pulpit, if you would like help with presentations, slideshows, please contact me. I'd be more than willing to help you. This is difficult sometimes coming before the council and addressing them, especially as a citizen. So I also did want to express my support for option 1 when it came to the parks as well. However, after attending yesterday's work session and speaking to some of the professionals that were here with that presentation yesterday, while I still encourage option 1, I would ask the administration and the council to consider including the second pump. The pump house is designed to accommodate 2 pumps in case option 2, and it's the same pump house for both. If it was not, if the pump does not increase the price of the project exorbitantly, it would be my recommendation that you go ahead and include 2 pumps. After speaking with them, this gives the option of moving those aerators over to another pump during servicing. And as it was discussed, if a mandate came down that required that option 2 be reconsidered, we talked about how option 1 can be transitioned into option 2 in the future if that was needed. However, that financing is available to us now. I think it would behoove us to consider including the second pump into option 1. And then lastly, I just wanted to have a little fun with my council member friend before he leaves the dais. You know, I've been looking over your records, sir, and you know, you've seemed a little erratic. I just wanted to take an opportunity to again make statements that no one else understands but us. But I've been looking over your history, and it seems a little erratic. Sometimes you vote yes, sometimes you vote no, sometimes your comments are condemning, sometimes they're complimentary. Sometimes you seem very impassioned, other times you seem very stoic. And I'm just trying to nail down this erratic behavior of yours, unless it is that I'm to understand that you actually respond to each situation as they come, and that each different situation that comes before you elicits a different response. So otherwise, I can't make heads or tails of your erratic behavior, my friend, and I hope I've made my point. Okay.
Well, of course. Go ahead, Mr. Murray.
Okay, now, it's, Jamin, in my world, it's called strategy. All right? So and at each point in time, you don't have to get back up and you've
want to.
3 minutes. Sit back down again. I have my 3 minutes now.
I'm just counting yours here, hold on.
All right, but the important issue is that if you look at each event and each opportunity to excel is what I used to call it. Okay, there's a certain, I used to call them, I shouldn't talk about this way. There's certain points I am trying to make throughout the entire environment, okay, that hopefully will resonate to the point where public interests become political will. And that's the disconnect we're seeing in democracy as I see it today, is that public interests do not equate to political will. And we operate in a vacuum based on the last person who talked to us, which is wrong, developer interests, which are wrong, and money interests, which are wrong. So, back to what I said. Community interests are primary for me. So, it's a strategy.
No, I understand.
Okay. Thank you both. Mr. Dolby. We appreciate you attending today.
Well, thanks. Good morning. My name is Andrew Dalby. I'm a Colorado Springs native and concerned resident. As many of you know, I've been a little harsh in some of my criticisms on city council and on city government of late. And I think we've certainly seen here today some reasons for that. One of the things that concerns me greatly is the untoward influence that money and developers have on city politics. I am aware that, well, let me just start off by saying that I think that every one of you got into public service because you wanted to make a difference. So congratulations on that, and I do believe that sincerely. I do acknowledge that it costs a lot of money to run for office. I know that better than probably some of you in terms of how much money it costs to run for office. And I understand that that money has to come from somewhere, and that when you're concerned about your being reelected, you have to be concerned about not biting the hand that feeds you. So I understand the reasons behind some of the things that happen, but there are a few of you who are short-termers. And so, Mr. Murray, Mr. Strand, I can't tell if Ms. Fortune is still online or not, but she's covered up by the timer.
Yeah.
Mr. Williams, I'd like to encourage you to use your short time to do what you can. As I've gotten more involved in politics, I've heard a lot of people say, oh, well, we don't have the power to do that. That's something that somebody else has to do. And to a certain extent, that's true. We do have, as part of our First Amendment protections, is the right to petition the government. This is the public forum that we have. So you have the right to come here, and they can say, well, sorry, we can't do anything about it. That's an ineffective right of petition. If that's all the citizens have, then that's ineffective. I'd like to encourage the council to consider that you do have the ability to issue reports and resolutions. So I'd like to encourage you to resolve to fix those bathrooms that we've talked about on many occasions. To resolve to actually fight crime and not just say, well, it's somebody else's problem. You can come talk to us, but we can't do anything. And then there's one last item that I'd like to speak about very quickly. This last Sunday, there was a mayoral's event, or a mayoral candidate event that I saw Mr. Williams at, and afterwards I saw him speaking to someone I didn't expect him to ever speak to. So I appreciate that you were taking that time, and I'd like you to pass a resolution in favor, or an ordinance. That's something you can pass an ordinance in favor of. I'd like you to pass an ordinance in favor of outlawing convicted sex offenders from living next door to sexual abuse victims. Again, since this April is going to be, or since we've passed a resolution recognizing child abuse as an issue, I'd like to encourage you to move forward on that with the time you have left.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Dalby. Anybody else in chambers that wants to address City Council during these times? Looks like Mr. Murray's got a comment, and then Mr. Donaldson. Mr. Murray. Okay, Mr. Donaldson. Strategy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. And I'd just like to point out, only one of us up here said that they thought you can come talk to us, but we can't do anything. I never said that. My point was that citizens have easier access to city council, so you'll bring issues to us. And I did recommend that we now hear from the administration about those issues, and then we will take action that we can. Number two, I'll just state, I took no money from developers when I ran, okay? So $0 from developers for Councilman Donaldson. Well, I understand that, but sometimes things are painted with a broad brush, and there's really 9 individuals up here. It's not council, so thank you.
All right, anybody else in chambers that wants to address City Council during the session that deals with nothing on the agenda? Seeing nothing.
President Strand.
Yes.
President Strand. It's Stephanie.
Yep, I'm sorry. What can I do for you, Stephanie?
I would really like to say something.
Okay.
It's so easy. It's to take the easy way out and blame developers for everything. And so I get why they're the targets on things with this election. I understand that. What's harder is to acknowledge when good things happen. And there were many times in the more than a year that I served where I saw the citizens have big impact. And one of those being Colorado College and the near North End and the old North End came together and they really had impact. And the other one recently was on Constitution. And there are many, many times in between where I saw citizens have impact. The government closest to the people is the best government. So please, people, don't cop out. Don't say the developers control everything, therefore we have no power. That's not true. And I just get really tired of hearing that overused excuse. And I love the people who come to council and try to change things. And yes, do some of the things take a while? They do. It's not like a light switch is flipped and the problem gets better. It's everybody trying to find solutions. And then the last thing I will say is to talk about crime in our city and about gangs and all that kind of stuff. You first have to look to the federal government and the state government and all the policies they are handing down to us. And never doubt for a minute it is huge impact. And so I just couldn't stay silent on some of the things that have been said. And I appreciate the time to be able to respond.
Ms. Fortune, you're always welcome. We think about you all the time, and we appreciate you participating on Microsoft Teams, as you always have the last few months. With that, of course, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, sir. And thanks for bringing concerns to us today for all who did. And, you know, I probably talked to a lot of interesting people that you might be surprised by. I did want to follow up with homogenizing some of what has been said with a concern that I and a number of my other colleagues in local government have expressed. And I'll start by, this is from an email from Diane Bridges, who's with the Historic Neighborhoods Group, who said, the board wants to personally thank you for your support of many HMP retool areas of concern. We appreciate your speaking up, encouraging healthy debate, and orchestrating informed decision-making on many items, both in the recent retool decisions and in the past. As an example, you directly supported no rezoning office residential. Let me point out that there is a bill in the legislature that would completely do away with a number of the opportunities for discussion. Whether you agree with what's adopted at the city or not, we have the opportunities for discussion. We had a 3-year process on the rezoning, the new zone code. We've had a number of hearings. We talked yesterday at our work session. But there is a bill in the legislature that takes away the ability of local governments and of local citizens to have as much impact in the land use area. And that's a concern. And so I know that our mayor was quoted, I think in one of the papers as saying, what do they think we are, stupid? Because they have, and forgive me, Jeff, if I didn't get that exactly right. But there are a number of municipalities and counties that are concerned with respect to a significant change in the way the structure is set. So it's easy to come visit with city council, right? You don't have to show up ahead of time. You can speak at the last second. You can watch it on your home PC or your home TV and choose to say, hey, I want to call in and make statements. The concept that you would have the state make land use decisions for local government and eliminate that public input process or make it irrelevant is very concerning for us, for me, as someone who's been involved in local government for a significant period of time, as some of my friends might point out it from time to time. But this concept that local elections don't have as much impact anymore, and we should just follow whatever the state said, to change all of single-family residential areas to automatically, apparently as a matter of right, to duplexes is a concern. And I'm not saying there isn't a state interest in the availability of housing, but this is not the way to go about it. And I just wanted to express that. I know we've talked about it at our lunch, but it's not broadcast in the same way. And I think it's important that folks know that we at the City of Colorado Springs, I know the administration is, I think all of my colleagues are. I haven't talked to each of them individually, so but I think there is grave concern with a bill that changes that ability of local citizens to respond and to give input. And so contact your legislators is what I would say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Anybody else in chambers with any comments for things not on the agenda? Well, I tried to get us out of here by noon, but wasn't much luck. There is an item that is left from the items called off the consent calendar, and both of these are 4BF and 4BG, and they deal with the Upper Cottonwood Creek number 3 and number 4 metro districts. I am going to ask everybody that, let's take a break. We've been going 2.5 hours. Some of us really need the break. So we'll take a break until 1:30, and I apologize, Ms. Gilpin and Mr. Hoyles, but we need to take this break. We'll be back at 1:30, and we'll deal with the 2 items that were called off of consent and do those right at 1:30. So thank you for your patience. I will recess us until 1:30. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. It's close to 1:30, so I want to reconvene this meeting of your city council regular meeting. And it calls us to items on our consent calendar that have been recalled, items 4BF and 4BG. And we'll wait for our city clerk to read those into the record. And I guess, Angela Gilpin, you're going to cede your time to Mr. Tim Hoyles, correct? Oh, okay. So Angela had to leave. I'm sorry. I understand people have to work. So Lisa, you're going to cede your time? Okay. So with that, do you, Ms. Johnson, want to read both 4BF and 4BG into the record? I can do it if you want.
Sorry. 4BF, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Colorado Springs, Colorado, approving the issuance of the Upper Cottonwood Creek Metropolitan District, number 3, limited tax general obligation bond, Series 2023, in the amount not to exceed $4,115,000, and related bond documents for a district located in the Wolf Ranch area in northern Colorado Springs.
And 4BG?
Oh, sorry. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Colorado Springs, Colorado, approving the issuance of the Upper Cottonwood Creek Metropolitan District Number 4 Limited Tax General Obligation Bond, Series 2023, and related bond documents in the amount not to exceed $23,375,000 for a district located in the Wolf Ranch Development in northern Colorado Springs.
And members of City Council, we can't combine these. We're going to have to deal with them separately, both F and G. And Mr. Hoyles, did you want the city to make an initial presentation, or are you ready to proceed? Come on down. I didn't know if you needed some kind of a refresher or some kind of, summary of where we're at.
I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay, you're up. Thank you for your patience. We appreciate it.
Thank you for yours, President Strand, council people, staff. What we have here, to use a famous quote, is a lack of communication, a failure to communicate. Serving on the Special District Board, this is an exact example of what we thought might happen. These districts are quasi-government agencies, subject to KORA. At the November 8th, 2021 City Council work session, the district represented to City Council and city staff that the early 22 bond issuance was the last issuance. The district spent 18-some million dollars on public infrastructure and indicated that developer advances would be paid in full. Please explain, or ask the district to explain, how in less than 1.5 years, the district finds another $4.1 million in eligible improvements. This district was started, I believe, in 2006. It's a mature district. The staff reports the district has determined there will be additional issuance. After reviewing both the 2021 and 2023 district budget, there is no mention of outstanding developer advances.
Mr. Hoyles, if I could just interrupt for a moment.
Yep.
I'm not sure this
Johnson.
is for, maybe I'm looking at the wrong stuff, but I don't think 4BF and 4BG are two water issues.
I've got 4BF.
Okay.
Regarding
water?
You don't have the.
Oh, I have the old.
You don't have the final agenda.
I don't have it. What is it on
We can
mine?
get that to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, both of these have to do with Metropolitan Districts 3 and 4 that
My
deal with
apologies.
Upper
That's okay.
Cottonwood Creek.
Not a problem. This is an example of the lack of transparency We believe at the Maverick Observer of open, accountable, responsible, and we've added a fourth word, transparency. What are certified public improvement costs? Do you have a list of the ones that they're now going to cover? We think prudent financial management would say they should furnish that to you. Does the city have the reimbursement agreement? There is no information provided as to the specific public improvements. No transparency. In the attached RBC Capital Markets cash flow, it notes that the use of proceeds to repay existing unapproved debt, unreimbursed public improvements. Where's the accounting for the $4 million? This is also a related thing. You're not issuing this money to a developer so he can go do it. You're issuing it to the developer. He's buying his own bonds. Everything in here, he's buying his own stuff. It's a mature thing. Several council members indicate these districts provide the city with much needed affordable housing. Define affordable housing. These houses are between $500,000 and $620,000, $360,000 for a townhome. I've done research. Affordable housing, according to experts, is between $150,000 and $250,000 for the city of Colorado Springs. We have an expert on the economy that in 2019, 73% of the people moving here could afford one of our houses. Today's number is 18%. We're failing. Mr. Williams brought up a horrible bill, but if that bill passes, it's because we're not building affordable housing, as much as the state wants at least. And I have to agree with him. If that passes, California, number 2, Colorado. Again, these districts are quasi-governmental. They become the second profit center. All this profit that they're going to get from this is on top of their managing and selling and getting rent for what they have. I don't know what more to say. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hoyles. You didn't even use your full 6 minutes, but we appreciated your comments about failure to communicate, certified public improvements, and no transparency. Does someone from the city want to step up and respond to these issues? I don't know if you want to lead it, Carl.
Carl Schiller, for the record, the Comprehensive Plan Division. Staff has nothing further to present. We also have an applicant representative here, district representatives here.
And would you like to respond to the issues brought up by Mr. Hoyles?
Russ Dykstra on behalf of the districts, 102 South Tejon. I just want to reiterate to council, we've been through budget committee, we've discussed these, we went through work session. This was on consent agenda based on council's review. To reiterate the purpose of today's approval, and I'm reading straight from the resolution which approved the district service plan, that City Council's review of the bonds or other debt instruments of the district shall be conducted to ensure compliance with the service plan. Nothing in the budget committee, nothing in the work session, nothing today has brought into question anything specifically that is not in compliance with the service plan. That's the purpose of the service plan. And as far as the public improvements go, the service plan very clearly describes what those public improvements are. It says a part or all of the improvements authorized to be planned, designed, acquired, constructed, installed, relocated, and financed as generally described in the Special District Act. Every public improvement that it will be paid for with these bonds funds is subject to state law, subject to an independent engineer certification, accounting certification, and legal certification to make sure that they are in compliance with the service plan. Everything, as I said, is in compliance with the service plan, and we would ask for council's approval. Thank you.
Mr. Dykstra, I know Mr. Murray's got a question, but can you summarize what the certified public improvements are?
Sure. Under Title 32 of the state statutes, they are roads, water systems, sewer systems, storm drainage, parks, and recreation. Those are the general categories.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Murray, did you have a question for Mr. Dykstra or for Mr.
Well,
Hoyle?
it's, again, I think some of the concerns here is this is a mature neighborhood, and so the improvements are, is what I believe is, the question is.
Yeah, and I would push back against them being mature. I think in district number 4, it's only about 30% built out yet. And in district number 3, it's still being built out. And I would put as well for the record, we do have residents on both of these boards that will approve these bond issues.
Okay, they may approve them, but I don't think they really know what they're approving. But thank you.
And District 3 is just beginning to be built out?
No, District 4. District 3 is, I don't recall the percentage, but it's finishing up. I think it's about 75%.
75% in District 3 built out, and District 4 just beginning?
Correct.
Okay. Any other council questions?
Nancy's got.
Yep, Ms. Hendren?
Yeah, Mr. Dykstra, could you say for me what you understand Mr. Hoyle's concerns to be?
I'm frankly not clear because everything is published, our meetings are open to the public. As I said, we've got residents who actually pay the taxes on these boards. We have more coming on the boards in May as well because the developer has stepped aside and opened up those seats for residents to come onto those boards. These are the old service plans, so they are more restrictive than what the current city policy is. We're fully in compliance with the service plan and the policy. I can't answer.
What are the
anything else.
potential risks to the taxpayers in these districts for the developers to be buying their own bonds?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter who holds those bonds. And in fact, these bonds are priced at a percentage interest rate that is better than what we could get out in the market right now. As I'm sure you're aware, the bond market is, for lack of a better word, brutal right now. And we're looking, if these bonds were out in the market, we'd be looking at a significantly higher interest rate than what we're paying now.
Thank you.
You know, because of the patience that has been shown, I think, by the opponents of this. Lisa, I noticed you stood up. Did you want to make a final comment to what Mr. Dykstra's just said?
Yes, I would.
I'm going to give you that opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Give you 2 minutes, okay?
Lisa Bigelow.
Yep.
Just a concerned citizen and previous employee, public servant for over 3.5 years. Worked closely with these districts for most of my career. The issue at hand is, in 2021, they represented to you and city staff that the $4.7 million would be their last bond issuance. Now, just because a service plan allows them up to $22 million, they've come back and decided, oh, 1.5 years later, I'm going to find another $4.1 million in eligible improvements. To me, they're gaming the system. And that's what is really concerning to me. And it's disturbing because you are the body that approves these issuance. And that's exactly why in the city policy, special district policy, we had that the issuance had to come back each time to get approved. So I just find it curious, and to sit there and say he does, yeah, they follow the statute, but you know, ethically, it gets down to what are these public improvements they're putting in? And all of a sudden they find $4.1 million additional of eligible public improvements. I want to know what those are. I want to see the cost. I want to see the contract, the developer reimbursement agreement. I'm just, it's sickening. It's disheartening at best. We hear how these districts are formed we have to have them, but when you start misusing them and the developer buying his own bonds, then it's something that I think you as elected officials need to be more concerned about. And I'm sorry to be so passionate about it, but as a public servant, I sought to be ethical, and I don't believe that this particular instance, that's what is occurring And by coming back to you today, saying, oh, $4.1 million, I just happened to find that the last year and a half is not, in my mind, being transparent or accountable to this community. Thank you.
And if, just for the record, if you'd announce your name again.
Yes, sir. My name's Lisa Bigelow, and I'm a concerned citizen, and especially on this issue, special districts.
Thank you, Ms. Bigelow. Okay. All right. Ms. Henjum.
Yeah, Ms. Bigelow, what would you want or need to hear from the district, from the developers, to address your concern?
I would like to see full accounting for these bonds. It's very general. I know what the budgets look like. I know what the audits. I would like to sit down someday with these districts and actually look at their books and look at the construction contracts and look at the cost. Because if, as one of our colleagues, opponents of special districts abuse has indicated, these now have become, they're quasi-governmental profit centers for these developers. They are buying their own bonds, they're getting double tax exempt interest, and not only do they get the development side of profit, these lots aren't discounted because they use a district to finance these public infrastructure. These lots are sold to the builders at market. So it's a very nice financing tool, and I understand why it was put in place years ago. This has been my career. I've worked in this business. So I'm just saying, it's unfortunate that it's gotten to the point where we have allowed them now to become quasi-governmental profit center for related party developer privately placed debt.
Given that it's quasi-governmental, do you have the ability to attend those board meetings?
Well, that is a good question. Virtually, I believe so. Yes, I could.
So if you wanted, you could attend, and I don't know the answer to this, but are those board meetings open to the public and follow public process? So that's a possibility for continued advocacy. I mean, I hear your concern. I hear there's so much going on in all of this, sure. And it's really, I think I've said it a number of times in the last few weeks, how challenging special districts are for me personally to understand how to govern and legislate from this position around so many different quasi-governmental entities. I was on the special districts task force myself, still seeking to understand, as many people in this room know. So I'm just trying to, if there's other ways for you to address these concerns directly, Ms. Bigelow, I hope that you will do that.
Thank you.
Mr. Bill Murray.
Yeah, just also to clarify some issues here, that we have to understand that they also hire their own auditors and evaluators because there's no one else to actually evaluate the use of the money. So they give us a statement, and they are the ones, as part of the statement, say, oh yeah, it was used for public improvements. We have no way to verify the veracity of any of this documentation. And therein lies the rub, therein lies the trust, therein lies the concern, because there's so much latitude here for misuse of these funds that it rises to the level of, hey, in the end, somebody's going to pay for it. And it's going to be the poor folks who take over this as either an HOA organizational structure, or again, as part of their tax base for 35, 40 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. And Ms. Henjum, did you have another comment?
I hope this is my final comment on this. So given that, Mr. Murray, and I watched Mr. Dykstra nod his head, yes, these are public meetings, and the accounting should be there. And so I guess I would suggest that if the auditing is done, I mean, those would seem to me to be public record. You've got citizens on those boards. Does it make it hard to go to every special district board meeting and address these things? I suppose. I just am trying to advocate for all the parties here for the most transparency and the best end use. So that's all. I'm going to stop now.
Thank you, Ms. Hendrum. And Mr. Helms, are you making a motion concerning the resolution that approves the issuance of the Upper Cottonwood Creek Metro District Number 3 Limited Tax Obligation Bonds?
Yes, I make a motion to approve.
And Mr. O'Malley, do you second? Is there further discussion on the motion as seconded? Hearing none, let's vote on the motion.
Mr. President, I do have a question. I think
Yep.
maybe.
I'm sorry, Dave. I
Maybe
didn't see-
Mr. Schuler would be the best one to address it.
Okay.
Could you talk to the idea that the developer hires their own accountant or auditors, and therefore the system, is untrustable because don't accountants and auditors, aren't they held to legal standards for the audit or the accounting that they perform?
Councilman Donaldson, I'm not a auditing expert, nor am I an attorney, but all of these firms have professional standards. Whether you're a professional engineer, you basically have to put your stamp on something. If you're an auditor, although you are hired by that district, just as a city hires an auditor to audit their own books, those folks do have to have all their professional standards. Mr. Dyster may be able to speak to that in more detail as to what those credentials are.
Well, and I'm wondering if Ms. Rowland might be able to respond to your question, Mr. Donaldson.
It is typical that an external audit is hired by the organization, so that's not unusual. So the city pays for the external audit that's done to opine on our financial statements. To speak to the engagement letter and what exactly they're hired to do, I don't have that information.
Just as CSU hires an auditor to audit their books, but we don't assume that there's lying going on just because CSU pays for their own audit, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Dykstra, would you like to add to that?
Russ Dykstra, again, on behalf of the districts. I agree 100%. I think it's very disingenuous for anyone to say in this forum that professional auditors who are subject to the Governmental Accounting Standards Board requirements are fraudulently cooking the books. We hire them, we pay their fee, we don't influence them, they provide their fully independent report. Same thing with engineers. No engineer, professional engineer licensed in this state is going to risk their PE stamp by fraudulently certifying costs for anybody, period. That, as well as, frankly, legal counsel, we're not going to sign off on it. If it is not 100% valid under the state statute, we are not, why would we risk that for one instance? It just makes no logical sense that anyone would do that.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And you've addressed my question. There's some other questions that have been raised that are separate from this, but on this one, I think it's important to point that out, that there are standards in place, and accountants, auditors who violate those will be held accountable. They have a huge, their professional career at risk to do that.
Thanks, Mr. Donaldson, and back to Mr. Murray.
Now, let's cut through this. This isn't about fraud. This is about mischaracterization of expenses. All right, and nobody here could actually look each other in the face and not say that from time to time we thought an expense was allowable, but it really shouldn't have been. All right, and everybody can throw their hands up and say, not me, not me, I've never done that kind of stuff. Okay, and on your taxes, nobody has ever stretched any piece of their tax reporting. They would suggest that their office space is really 3 feet and not a full room, 1,500 feet kind of thing. Now, I've seen it all over the place, but that wasn't illegal. There was a mischaracterization of the use of that particular specifics. Okay, and so what is the worth of your car today? Kelley Blue Book, all these other things. Again, that's an asset, that's a number, okay, that can be mischaracterized okay, to the benefit of a third party. And that's what this issue is here. The mischaracterization of expenses where one can look and see that, hey, the road's already there. The infrastructure's already there, excuse me. You know, it's already there. So miraculously, where did 4.1 million come from? Or the need for 4.1? Okay, and that's all that's being asked here. Okay, clarification, a tightening down and a mischaracterization. Okay, and the honest answer is, there is a profit to be made by you buying your own bonds tax-free, double tax-free, okay, knowing full well that the people who are buying the property for the 35 years are going to pay you for your bond. I mean, let's all be honest with ourselves as far as this goes. Again, this is the case of questioning mischaracterization, not a question of fraud. Don't go down that blind alley. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. So we have a motion from Mr. Helms and a second from Mr. O'Malley to approve 4BF. Let's vote on the motion as seconded.
And the motion passes on a 7-1 vote with Councilmember Murray voting nay.
Thank you very much. That takes us to 4BG. We've read that into the record. Can I get a motion concerning 4BG, which deals with Metropolitan District Number 4, Limited Tax General Obligation? I have a motion from Ms. Henjum. Is that correct? Nope. I have a motion from Mr. Helms, a second from Ms. Henjum. Further discussion on 4BG, which deals with District Number 4. Any further discussion? Anybody up here looking left, looking right, looking at Ms. Stephanie Fortune? Okay, vote on the motion as seconded. Is that going to be a separate issue? Then we will let you speak on that. Let's pull back the motion. I'm sorry, I thought you were kind of covering both of them.
So we had two pieces of paper.
Okay. And for this one, do you also need more than 3 minutes?
No.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Hoyles.
Same type of thing. This violates the original special district policy.
And this is the $23.3 million.
Yep. To answer Councilwoman Henjum's comment, Mr. Leonard has been fighting Norwood for 3 years in court to get contracts of things that were improved. He's won 2 times. It's back in court in about 3 weeks. We've been following that. So, and as far as the accountant stuff, they certify the interest rate. If you read all the letters, that's all they're certifying. They don't look at the amortization schedule, which can be played with and is being played with here. They have a disclaimer, as all accountants do at the end of their letter. These numbers are furnished by our client.
Yep.
Therefore, we cannot speak to the validity of those numbers. I understand the game that's being played. I chaired an audit committee of a $1.8 billion company. My problem is it's a game. And if you haven't heard enough about the strong mayor versus city council in the meetings today, then we need, I mean me, I will have to start fighting with dollars and dollars and dollars to get this city back to what it used to be, a representative rather than a taxation without representation.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyles. Any further discussion based on that comment? Seeing none, Mr. Helms, we got a motion from you to approve item 4BG dealing with District 4, correct?
Yes, I move to approve.
And Ms. Henjum, you second the motion?
I'll withdraw my second.
Okay. We need a second. Mr. O'Malley? Got it. So we have a motion from Mr. Helms, a second from Mr. O'Malley. Further discussion on this item 4BG, dealing with this Metro District with an amount not to exceed $23.375 million. Hearing no discussion, please vote on the motion as seconded.
Motion passes on a vote of 6-2 with Councilmember Hingham and Murray voting no.
Okay, well, that takes us out of the consent item and takes us back into the agenda takes us to item 8, items, utilities business, item 9. And Ms. Johnson, would you read 9A into the record?
A resolution authorizing and directing the Chief Executive Officer of Colorado Springs Utilities to enter into an agreement for convey, treat, and deliver regional water service between Colorado Springs Utilities and Donala Water and Sanitation District.
And Jenny Bishop, we're going to take each of these separately, correct? Each of the agreements, regional water service agreements, we've got 3. We'll just take each one separately?
Correct. Although the presentation still addresses all 3 at one go. So I can pause between when we go into the distinctions between the districts.
Well, Sarah, can we read all 3 of these into the record? But we're going to have to vote on each one of them, 9A, B, and C separately, but maybe it'd be more efficient if we read all 3 into the record concerning Donala, security, and TriView, and we'll read them into the record. And then Jenny, you're gonna kind of brief these, and there'll be a lot of crossover, right? Okay.
Are you ready? A resolution authorizing and directing the Chief Executive Officer of Colorado Springs Utilities to enter into an agreement for standby regional water service between Colorado Springs Utilities and Security Water District. 9C, a resolution authorizing and directing Chief Executive Officer of Colorado Springs Utilities to enter into an agreement, convey, treat, and deliver regional water service between Colorado Springs Utilities and TriView Metropolitan District.
Okay, Jenny, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Strand and members of City Council. My name is Jenny Bishop. I am a senior engineer with Colorado Springs Utilities in the Long-Term Water Planning Department. We also have joining us today 2 of the district managers, Jim McGrady of TriView and Jeff Hodge of Donala, who has also brought along another board member.
Well, welcome to our chambers. I think got to see you over at the plaza when Mr. Williams ran the meeting for the utilities just on last Wednesday. Yep, okay. Welcome.
So rather than run you through the same 3 things over and over, we're going to summarize what is in common with all 3 of these agreements and then go into what is distinct about each one of these 3 district agreements. So if we move on to the 3rd slide where we talk about Board Policy I-7, in 2020, the Utilities Board adopted Board Policy I-7, which allows utilities to enter into regional service contracts that provide a net benefit to utilities ratepayers. So all of these contracts are tied to the current tariff, which does have a 20% adder on there for water service contracts. The tariff is tied to the cost to serve regional services, so we recoup all of our costs. The other board policy that is important to remember is that we also evaluate all of these contracts, making sure that not only do they not harm our current customers, but we also look into how we are planning for the future as well on a 10-year planning horizon to make sure that we can continue to serve our customers as we go forward. All 3 of these agreements are 25-year terms, which is the maximum allowed amount. So we don't have to come back here every 3 years and have this conversation with you, and we're really excited to be able to bring these long-term contracts.
Jenny, let me ask, originally, were these agreements for 10 years?
The original agreements were maxed out at 3 years.
3 years.
And then they could have 1-year extensions for a certain amount of time.
And now we're looking at a 25-year term for all 3 of these?
Correct.
Okay.
So these 3 contracts are all for, let's go to the next slide, please. Thank you. These are all convey, treat, and deliver contracts, which means that these entities all own or are able to access water supplies that are not owned by Colorado Springs Utilities. And we are leveraging infrastructure that we currently have available and will have available for at least the next 25 years to be able to deliver their water supplies. We can reopen these agreements if the type of delivery substantively changes from what they are asking for, or if a totally different type of service is needed. We have evaluated all three of these contracts and determined that there is no negative impact to utilities' ability to provide services. We think that regional water agreements are imperative to being able to meet the long-term water needs of the county because it allows for reusable water supplies to be delivered into the county, and it also allows for mechanisms for reuse as well. So if we can move on to the next slide. When we're talking about the financials, each of these districts will pay a water system availability fee. This is an acknowledgement for using some capacity within our existing infrastructure. It is set for the term of the contract and is consistent with our tariffs and agreements. For every amount of water that is moved through our system to serve these entities, they will pay the tariff rate. And that is also consistent with our current tariffs, but will change over time consistent with our tariffs. So if our if utilities customers are experiencing a water rate increase, so will our regional customers as well. TriView is a new contract. They are not receiving waters yet, but once they do begin receiving waters, utilities can anticipate to bring in approximately $2.4 million of revenue each year.
And Jenny, I got a question. If we're charging per cubic feet, why do we even care about per acre foot?
So I think in terms of acre foot. So long-term planners often think in terms of acre foot. So that's just a conversion of cubic foot so that others of us understand the magnitude of how much is being paid for per acre foot of water that goes through our system.
But in utilities, we kind of measure everything in water with per acre foot.
When we're measuring through a meter, we measure in cubic foot. When we plan for how much water we're actually using for the city over a time, then we talk in terms of acre feet. It's hard to talk about billions and billions of gallons of water or cubic feet of water, so we move to an acre foot.
Thanks for that explanation. Mr. Williams has got a question.
After she's done, if you would.
Okay.
So next I will go into the specific agreements with each one of these water districts. First is with Denala Water and Sanitation District. We have been providing short-term water service for Denala since 2011. Denala is generally located north of Colorado Springs and serves the Glen Eagle area. They have approximately 2,600 customers. They are mostly built out. This contract allows them to import water that they have purchased from up around Leadville and get it to their district. It is reusable, renewable water. Their contract, next slide please, allows for us to convey up to 1,000 acre feet per year, although they have been typically taking about 200 acre feet per year. There is an existing connection. This contract would allow us to put the contract in place for 25 years instead of 3 years. Our estimated revenue based on that 200 acre feet per year is about $500,000 for the water that's delivered, plus another 183 approximate thousand that is charged for the system availability fee. Our next entity is Security Water District. Security Water District is also a partner in the Fountain Valley Authority and the Southern Delivery System. This particular connection allows them to receive other water types and also as an alternate mechanism for delivering water if any other system is down. Security is generally located south of Colorado Springs and east of I-25. They have approximately 7,750 customers, and we've been arranging short-term agreements with them since 2017. This contract is a standby regional water contract, meaning that they will not take water deliveries unless they need it, in which case they will let us know how much water they would like conveyed, and we would convey their own water rights to them through the existing connection that they have. They could take up to 2,800 acre feet of deliveries per year. Do you have a question?
Yep.
I
Did you have a
use that.
question,
Well,
Nancy?
Yeah, I know Wayne's, anyway, real quickly about that. Only when they need it. So is the rest of their water primarily aquifer water, and this is supplemental?
So Security is able to receive water supplies through the Fountain Valley Authority, through the Southern Delivery System.
Okay.
And then they also rely on aquifer water as well.
So they have a whole
They have a
combination
pretty
of-
wide portfolio of water supplies available, and this is just another thing to allow them if the Fountain Valley Authority, for example,
Okay.
is down. It's
Thanks.
another
Thank you.
connection. So they would only pay for the water commodities that are delivered if they do take water, but they do have to pay a water system availability fee, again, in recognition for that space that is used within our own system to be able to serve them.
So this 33,000, they would pay even if they didn't take a drop of water?
Correct, through the duration of their contract.
Yep. And that's an annual, that's for the whole 25 years?
Nope, that's an annual fee.
Annual, okay. Thank you.
And then our final contract is with Triview Metropolitan District. Triview Metropolitan District is generally located north of Colorado Springs. If we can pull that map up on the next slide, thank you. It is located north of Denala. It does straddle I-25. They have approximately 2,100 customers now, and they're about halfway built out. This is a brand-new service agreement, though, and they do not have the infrastructure constructed yet, but have been working with Colorado Springs to put in the infrastructure needed to be able to deliver these supplies. As I said, Colorado Springs engineers have been actively involved in this to make sure that whatever is put in place meets all of our standards and it protects our infrastructure. This contract would be to convey up to 2,200 acre-feet of deliveries per year. Again, it's at that new interconnect at the Highway 83 tank. Their system availability fee, which again, it recognizes capacity within our system, is about $500,000 a year that they will pay. And then the commodity charge for approximately 400 acre-feet of delivery would be about $1 million per year.
And I can't remember the first one, but this is the highest charge of any of the three agreements?
So they would be taking the most water out of
Yep.
the three agreements, and they also have the largest interconnect of the three.
Yeah, so the highest charge because they'll be taking the most water through the system?
Correct.
Okay,
And so that summarizes what I have for you.
great. Well, we have Mr. Williams, who's been very patient. Thank you, Wayne, and then Mr. Helms, and then Ms. Henjum.
I just want to make a few comments generally and talk about the importance of this. We have, by making a change to allow a 25-year agreement, we then provide a basis for a group like Triview to say, it makes sense to build some capital infrastructure. Because that is a significant connect between our water tank and their customers. And when we were in a 3-year mode or other things, there's just no way to make that pencil. And so first, I would say that this is a good change in policy. And the next thing I'd say is this is very illustrative of the work we are doing in partnership with a number of our colleagues in the water provision business. Yes, each of them could build their own pipeline from the Arkansas River. That would be absurd. And instead, we have excess capacity in the Southern Delivery System, which was built for a long term. When we built it, we built the pipe bigger than was needed at the time and needed for the next quarter century. Because you don't build go back and expand it every couple weeks or months or even years. And so this is a way of helping our ratepayers by amortizing the cost of the Southern Delivery System over a larger group. So it's beneficial to them. It's beneficial to the customers of these three districts by giving them access to renewable water, which is absolutely critical. And what folks may not recognize who may be on their own well, to the extent the groundwater districts, particularly in northern El Paso County, are able to obtain renewable water, this places less stress on the Dawson, the Denver, the Arapahoe, the Laramie Fox aquifers that individual straws, individual wells go into. And so this is a win not just for these three districts in Colorado Springs and our ratepayers, but also for everybody who is in the Denver Basin, because to the extent those district providers can obtain renewable water and get it reasonably transported to their area, it helps everybody who is in that entire aquifer. And so thank you, Jenny, for the work there. Thank you for all of our staff at CSU. But I think this is, and the reason we wanted to not do this on consent is because we thought it was important that folks recognize the regional efforts that we are making as one of the leaders in water in the Pikes Peak area and frankly in the state. Thanks.
Well, Mr. Williams, it sounds like you know a little bit about water utilities.
Picked up a little bit here.
Yeah. Okay. President Pro Tem Helms and then Ms. Hendrum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we put the charts back up? I wanted to emphasize something. And it was one of the first ones. It's the one with the maps that show Denali and the other one, Triview, which there's not a map in there that shows them stacked together. And I want to emphasize right there, Denali. And on top of that is where Triview is. So actually, and yeah, if you go down right there, if you see that right there, Triview, Denali is immediately below that, yep. which touches then the city limits, northern city limits of Colorado Springs. And so what we're seeing is through this agreement is water conveyance all up and down, obviously from the very north, even beyond the north end of Colorado Springs. And then when you look at security and how it's done down there too. So the touch where we're at is really large. And so that I think it's important to point that out to our citizens of just how important our Colorado Springs utilities is, not just to Colorado Springs, but to surrounding communities. And I wanted to point that out of how Triview and Denali are connected. Thank you.
And Mr. Helms, this is something we can do very effectively and positively for the ratepayers.
Yes.
So we're really doing something good. All right. Ms. Hendrum.
Yes, we are. And I guess, Jenny, what I'd love, if you don't mind, to extrapolate on a little bit more is, you know, we've spent the last few months talking about the water ordinance and the extension and the regional water challenges and still the attempts to create some kind of task force or some kind of effort to continue to work on our regional water challenges. So it strikes me that this is a really fabulous step in that direction with at least 3 of our water districts. When you look at the entire county, however, and all of the wells and the various straws into the aquifer, would this solution work if it were applied to the rest of the county? Or what kinds of things does this point to that we need to be doing more collaboratively in the region with our county partners? How does this inform what we need to do from here, if you would?
Whew.
I know, it's a big one.
What I will say is that the reason that utilities wanted to enter into regional types of agreements is because we do have infrastructure that can be used now and in the future to be able to deliver these renewable water supplies. By delivering them to master meters, we enable these communities to continue to operate as they always have done. They maintain their own distribution systems, their own wastewater collection systems, they maintain their own billing systems, but this does allow them to continue to serve their customers without having to build their own southern delivery system. And so it really is a great way to leverage that infrastructure that we already have. We thought that this would be a solution to enable multiple regional entities to enter into these agreements with us that would not compromise Colorado Springs water supplies, but also have a measurable step in the right direction of collaborating on infrastructure together. We believe that there are more opportunities to collaborate on additional projects, such as for reuse and other projects to deliver additional water supplies to other regional entities as well. So it does address one of the big challenges, which is that infrastructure to bring water supplies here. There's still more work to be done as far as additional water supplies. El Paso County has been short of renewable water supplies for a while now. And Denver Basin groundwater has been great, and it can still last a while longer. We just don't know how much longer. So to the extent that we can develop additional solutions now to look forward, it helps everyone out.
It's helpful, but I guess the point is, and I am pointing out that there's still a lot of challenges here, and even were all the other water districts to be able to purchase additional water rights, it doesn't mean that those molecules would ever be deliverable. I mean, like available, correct? So the reality of non-renewable water in the aquifers and what we have that's renewable, there is ultimately a limit, and we have to figure out what that limit is.
There are
at some point.
opportunities
Yes.
to secure additional water supplies for El Paso County.
Yeah, okay, well, thank you. I know we'll keep talking about this, but I do appreciate this very much.
Thanks, Ms. Hedrum and Councilmember Donaldson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'll keep it short. I just want to point out for our citizens and ratepayers that I have asked the CSU staff to answer to my satisfaction that this will not adversely impact our own utilities, Colorado Springs Utilities' ability to provide water to the citizens of Colorado Springs through conveyance or treatment. And so this is using a small portion of our still available on top of what we're already using capacity. So if anyone out there is wondering, is this going to adversely impact CSU now or in the future? The questions have been answered to my satisfaction that is no.
With no increase in any fees to ratepayers.
That's right.
All right, good. Okay, I think, Mr. Murray, did you make a motion to accept this CSU Denala and Sanitation District agreement? And seconded by Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir.
Further discussion? Hearing none, let's vote on the motion as seconded.
The motion passes by a vote of 8-0.
There you go. That takes us to item 9B, and I don't know if you needed to add anything, Jenny, to that. You've kind of covered that. So we have a motion from Mr. Williams to approve this resolution between the Colorado Springs Utilities and the Security Water District, seconded by Mr. Murray. Any further discussion? Hearing none, vote on the motion as seconded. See, once we get going, we go.
Motion passes by a vote of 8-0.
All right, number 3, 9C, this is a resolution between our Colorado Springs Utilities and I'll mention again, to convey, treat, and deliver between the utilities and Tri-View Metropolitan District. A motion from Ms. Hedrum, a second from Mr. Murray. Is that correct? Yes. Ms. Hedrum.
And I just want to thank, in particular, Jenny Bishop and Lisa Barbado for being here essentially all day when you have a lot of other things you could be doing. And I requested that this be not on consent, so thank you very much for your time. Really do appreciate it.
But Lisa, you do learn things when you come here, huh? Okay. Thanks for thanking them, Nancy. Anything further? All right, so we have a motion and a second. Let's vote on this concerning Tri-View Metropolitan District.
And the motion passes by a vote of 9-0.
Did you bring some champagne?
8-0.
It was tempting, but it is work hours. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and we can't drink champagne, any alcohol in City Hall. But thank you very much, Jenny, for all the work you've done on this, and thank Mr. Deal, for his participation. I think, Ms. Johnson, we don't have any unfinished business under item 10. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That takes us to new business under item 11, and please read 11A into the record.
A resolution of the City of Colorado Springs approving an amended and restated service plan for the Gold Hill North Metropolitan Districts number 1 and 2 serving an area south and west of downtown Colorado Springs.
Mr. Carl Schuler, over to you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Carl Schuler, Comprehensive Planning Division. Staff has no further updates on this particular item. It was introduced first at Budget Committee and then at work session. It is on as new business to make sure we comport with the statute that requires a public hearing. So,
and Mr. Schuler, this deals with the amended and restated service plan for Gold Hill Northern Metropolitan District numbers 1 and 2, right?
Correct, and it complies with the new district policy and model plan.
Okay. So with that, do I have a motion for Mr. Murray? Mr. Murray makes a motion to approve this resolution, seconded by Ms. Hedrum. Discussion on this particular restated and amended service plan. See how effective you were, Mr. Schuler? No discussion. Let's vote on the motion as seconded.
Motion passes on a vote of 8-0.
We are on a roll. Ms. Johnson, would you read 11B?
A resolution of the City of Colorado Springs approving a service plan for the Creek Walk Metropolitan District serving area in the South Nevada Avenue corridor.
And Mr. Schuler, you going to make any comments about this Creek Walk Metropolitan in South Nevada?
Again, Carl Schuler, for the record, it's the same as the last item, except in this case, it's a new service plan for a new district, thoroughly discussed at work session, and prior to that, at the Budget Committee also requires a public hearing. Want to make sure that anyone who does want to have a comment can, but with that, staff has no further comments.
And typically, are service plans changed and amended or not?
Service plans can be changed and amended. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. But the reason the prior item was an amended and restated service plan is because they wanted the advantage and also would have to adhere to the limitations of the new policy. In this case, this district's coming in under the new policy, so it's a new service plan, and unless they want to change subsequently.
And when did the policy change?
August or September of last year, 2022.
So it hasn't been a year yet?
Correct. It has not been a year, but this one's coming in under the new
Under the new one?
Correct.
Yep. And, okay. Mr. Murray, did you make a motion to approve this Creek Walk Metropolitan District? I did. Thank you, sir. Ms. Hendrum, second. Discussion on 11B concerning the service plan for Creek Walk Metropolitan District. Hearing none, please vote on the resolution as moved and seconded.
Motion passes on a vote of 8-0.
Boy, you see how we get stuff done when we're moving and stuff that we've done before. That takes us to 11C. Do you want to read 11C into the record, Ms. Johnson?
An ordinance amending Section 1001, Office of the City Council Administrator, and Section 1002, Powers and Duties of the City Council Administrator of Article 2, Offices of the City of Chapter 1, Administration, Personnel, and Finance of the Code of the City of Colorado Springs, 2001, as amended pertaining to the powers and duties of the City Council Administrator.
Great, and Mr. Montgomery, you and I think Ms. Everly Evans have put a lot of work into this ordinance amending Section 101. We talked about it during the work session yesterday, I think, at some level, at some length. Do I have a motion for Mr. Murray to approve this ordinance? Yes, you do. And a second for Mr. Helms?
Yes.
Discussion about this ordinance, which pertains to the powers and duties of the City Council Administrator. Hearing none, vote on the motion as seconded.
And the motion passes on a 7-1 vote with Councilmember O'Malley voting no.
Okay. That takes us to number 12, public hearing, where we would have gotten ready for probably 5 or 6 hours of discussion, but this whole matter has been withdrawn from council under 12A and 12B, so we don't need to say anything about it. Is that correct?
Correct. You dealt with that earlier in the agenda under
12A and
item
12B
3.
we dealt with right at the beginning, and that takes us to items that were added to the agenda, which were none. Are we having an executive open or closed session, Mr. Bellinger?
We are not.
All right, that takes us then to item 15, and right at 2:30, I am going to adjourn this meeting of the March 28th regular meeting of your city council. We're adjourned.
Thank God.
I told Mr. O'Malley, didn't I say 1 hour?